run anybody over with tanks or something, moves the tanks into Washington D.C. to face off against now outside soldiers and whatnot occupying Washington D.C. at the time. And beyond that, I really can't quite get into much detail because I don't know it right off the top of my head. Per capita for countries extremely shrunk, especially for bigger countries, right? And so, yeah, it's GDP, how much energy, you're absolutely right, AZs, and all of that. Oh, we had a buffering problem, I guess, there for a moment. Okay, hopefully that doesn't keep coming back. Twitch is having limitations because so many people are using it right now. Yes, it was, I think, down for a moment. Yeah, Twitch, I've been noticing, because I've been streaming on several things and watching, it's not like there had been sometimes, like when Ninja was playing on some big thing that everybody was getting up, but now it's, protest is good, revolution is bad. I really can't go into much more on the bonus army without looking up a little bit more. It's been years since I've looked at that. And so, yeah, we're not us so much here, the people watching right now on Twitch here, but overall, there's just so many streamers on Twitch. And so, yeah, so you can see, and YouTube is better able to handle it. They have better structure. So again, everybody who's watching, you can watch, and I'm seeing the chat on both places. You can watch on Twitch or YouTube. We're not going anywhere. And so pick your favorite. Or for some reason, we're also on Mixer, if you prefer. And we have gotten a few views, and a couple of new people have followed, or whatever they call it, over on Twitcher. Or not, Mixer, yeah. Not Twitcher, Mixer. On Mixer, so if you want to watch over there, we are there. We are on the internets. Okay, so let me drink something here before I start another episode. Now, this will be a gameplay episode coming up. It is already passed, but I did test out my new and improved Winter Olympics event setup, and it worked fine, just as a report. And now I'm looking at everything else. And if you notice, we have a lot of money here. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3 with Black Ice and Third Reich events. Well, maybe a bit more testing. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. And of course, I love hearing from you, so you can post comments and you can, as they say, smash that like button. Okay, so we're going to continue this here. Now, if you didn't watch the special episode, we are not doing all the start over again. We have removed I have removed the strategic resource trading from the game, and I have removed paying of soldiers, the whole budgetary, if you go into the negatives, has been removed from the game for the money. Now, money still is an important thing, though for Third Reich events, the main domestic cost for events, not the only one, but the main one, is supplies. So you want to overproduce supplies from what you need. So do not, and I repeat, do not, if you want to play TRE, and I do believe some of the other submods, do not look at this and go, oh, let's just produce the amount of supplies needed, including, for trading to get oil and rare materials, and then pump everything else either into, building up your army or building up your industry. Now, do not do that until you have a huge supply cushion. Once you do that, once you have a huge supply cushion, then you can change over to focusing on other things. But you always want lots of supplies with TRE. Why not HoI 4? Well, this is better, in my opinion. I've played both extensively. HoI HoI 4 has a lot of great things about it, but I still think, especially when you're talking with Black Ice and the sub mods, you're talking about a better game. Okay, let's see. We will give them some energy for some money, and we will give them fuel for money, which will get us back into the good. And we are now down to all green there, and we're almost. I'm just flushing out this aircraft, and then we will be back to that. Much easier on the eyes. Well, it may be AZADs, and you can like it better, but it's my opinion that this is a better game. 7 years, 8 years, or something. I'm not sure. I'm thinking like 2012, 2015. I'm not sure if somebody knows. I like the micro. Yeah, there's more micromanagement in this than Hearts of Iron 4. Most assuredly. And that is a thing that will either put people off of the game or bring people to the game. Yes, we will give you supplies, and we will give you money for more oil. That's what we need to build up next, because we want an oil reserve by the start of the war, not just not crashed out. Okay, so we just got selling a bunch of that. Let's look for oil producers that we could buy from. Big one, big time. Okay, we're gonna see if we can buy from the US of A. Okay, how much do we use? 32, and we just got some from over there. Okay, don't mind going a little bit in the deficit there, so let's do that for now. 2009. Thank you, Arno. Thanks for looking that up. That was before my time. I have not played it that long. I started just before their Finest Hour came out. Like I said, it was still For the Motherland, whatever that was, out, and I remember their Finest Hour coming out while playing it. Yeah, games need to have, because they need to have a certain level of immersion, and if certain things break that immersion for you. And yet you can't, there are sprites, not 3D models, but sort of 3D looking-ish sprites if you prefer. If you want a tank, you want an army soldier on the map, they do have those for this. I don't recommend that for Black Ice though, but they do have that for Hearts of Iron 3 if that's your thing. And I'm not one of those, oh, true war gamers do this. No, it's just what you're used to. I'm an old school war gamer, so maybe it's old school war gamers I would go with do this. You don't need to be an old school, because I am truly an old school. I go back to when some of the old classics were first coming out, playing this stuff. I mean, the old tabletop board game classics. When did Venice start to get known for having lots of oil? At this time, there was it was, I don't know when did it start, but in the 20s and 30s, Venezuela was known to have, and we just had a crash because of something. And OBS Studio just decided, damn. Okay, well, black screen is here, but we're restarting. I don't know what that crash was. Was it coming over to Venezuela? Or was it my cursor outside of the box? I don't know. We're still examining it, we're still testing it. And this is part of what I'm testing, is to seeing if what I'm doing and changing things is causing crashes. But so if we get a repeatable crash at this time. I like the flavor of the need to build equipment. Yes, the build equipment thing is wonderful in Hearts of Iron 4. That is a wonderful improvement. No, Hearts of Iron 4 isn't entirely bad, or isn't entirely going in the wrong direction, or however you want to say either one of those. I think if you change some of the direction, just a few of them maybe significant things, and you still need to better improve. And you have talked about they are improving still on their list. Okay, well let's continue from where the save here is. Yeah, and let's see if we can do it without that last little crash. And it could be just, and also I could have, because I tabbed in and out several times, introduced some instability there. Let me just hit the save. I'm going to save this. Save, and I'm going to turn something on. I'm going to turn my heater off here. Don't go anywhere. Don't go around. Just sit there. Also, I have noticed in the past, doing a long time sitting around alt tabbing out has, this I'm talking earlier games, not this one, not with the latest version of Black Ice, but earlier ones added instabilities to things. Yeah, oh, it's much better now. Absolutely. Hearts of Iron 4 is much better now than what it was. Okay, well, I don't know of anything specifically over here that crashed that. Is much better now. It was a shit show when it first came out, but it's much better. And but I do think the battle AI is better with Hearts of Iron 3. But with 4, I really like that your minions, your your puppets and whatnot, you can ask or demand their forces be turned over to you, so you have more control over them. I like that. There's a lot of things I like or love with Hearts of Iron 4 that are not in Hearts of Iron 3. Okay, let's, yeah. No, that's just a little too fast. Yes, you can have energy. Yes, you can have fuel. Let's stop this and now see if we can buy some more oil from the US of A. They've got lots of oil. Offer trade agreement. No, not that much. So let's be sort of a, well, let's do that this time. Hopefully that'll put us in a little bit of a deficit, and then we'll be able to sell some more stuff and balance all that out. Including maybe selling supplies back to the USA. Some of these smaller trades may not last very long, like that one didn't last very long. I don't know, either they stocked up on there. Yes, Poland is actually offering to buy from us. How nice. And part of what we're testing here is to see how the trading will go compared to the last playthrough without, hopefully, the AI trying to deal with all of those resource trades. Yeah, expand the pool. One more offer to buy stuff from Germany. We'll give it one more day here. Okay, we go. Okay, well, that's a lot, and a lot of energy for a little bit of money. And so you should want to have a reasonable reserve of money for TRE, but it should not be a primary thing. Well, now that we are buying a lot of oil from you, you don't have much money. Who has money here? Iran has money. Do you want to buy anything, Iran? No. Turkey. Oh, they have money. Let's see if we can sell them fuel. No. Finland, they could maybe use some supplies. That's the other thing, and I don't know how much the US used to be more geared to buying supplies than they are now. Oh, well, now maybe, do they have lots of money now? Oh, they have money now. Okay. Yeah, I thought they would. Okay, good. Let's see. And I have not changed any of the coding on. What are they trying to... Okay, that looks good. Yeah, well, let's see if they'll take that. Since we're buying... Okay. Keep that going. Do you use trade as part of diplomacy? Yes, to some degree. The more small trades you do, the better you will get relations with some nations. And so that is a good thing. Okay. Wehrmacht Ersatz divisions. I don't know if there's an ersatz is somewhat used now in some areas of modern English. It sort of kind of means replacement, I guess, or false, or I don't know, but ersatz, these are actual divisions. That's the training uniform of the army, not specifically for the ersatz, in that they were sort of white linen jackets and pants, not anywhere near the quality of the standard uniform. I don't know why they picked white, other than that maybe they wanted the soldiers to obsessively clean them after every days of getting them dirty as a cleanliness exercise. That's the only thing I can think of. But they were cheap. So if you go and you go, run around through the fields and get them all torn up, they're cheap for, one, you can stitch and replace, tear the rips, but after a while replace them. Much cheaper budgeted compared to the proper trousers and jackets at the time, because those were a fairly expensive thing that were meant to be used up in combat over time, but wars happen briefly, at least that was the theory. Armies during training times go on and on and on, and you want your soldiers to look good when they put on their proper uniform and not a bunch of patched, reworked things. So that is their sort of standard training uniform. Replacement is the best translation. Okay, replacement is the best, because I know also ersatz surplus ammo is sometimes used in the stuff, and not anything focused on Germany here, but it just not really surplus ammo, but often made by the same manufacturers. Say like the Turkish, because Turkey does make its own ammo, rifle ammo, machine gun ammo nowadays. Say that, in the past they'd have a lot of extra stocks and the government wanted some money, so they'd dump on old ammo, partially to keep the current, because they don't want their current manufacturer to go under, for lack of business. So they would, to restock up, they would sell off their old surplus. So particularly in America, you would find cheap sales of iffy quality. Not like it's bad, but it isn't good. It isn't like, I'm not talking high quality. It isn't even necessarily standard quality ammo. It's sort of sub quality. It isn't going to like blow your gun up or anything. At least it shouldn't if it's a proper gun. But it just sort of iffy stuff that you'd buy just to go plinking with, just to shoot with. Well, after a while that runs out, and these countries and companies figure out, we can sell our cheaply made ammo to the US as so-called ersatz surplus stuff. But yeah, you'll want these divisions, though I would, and these are different than the WearQuest training outfits that you will get from another mod, GGA. So they're not it's not a conflict. We won't be seeing that here because I do not have GGA installed, because I need to have Black Ice not be dependent upon other mods. Okay, bra bag, more of that. Again, getting us Magdeburg. Okay, crude oil, which is really just that. Hindenburg is built. We'll look inside. Get to see what it looked like inside there. Okay, we're gonna do I guess heavy anti-tank gun focus. That does seem a little iffy to me. That I don't know if it's bugged or whatnot on that. Now, oh, Magdeburg. Let's come here. Where is Magdeburg? I know I knew once at one point. One of our German viewers, is it north, east, central, south, Magdeburg? Do you know? Or it doesn't take a German viewer to do that, but do we know where Magdeburg is by any chance? Unless you want to watch me east. Okay. Here we are. Okay, so we're going to have some oil there coming. I'm going to build another oil rig. Again, this is not representing actual oil out of the ground. This is representing a synthetic, thanks Nagara, representing a synthetic production of oil. But I'm looking at this as simply me putting ICs into expanding even more our synthetic production of oil. I'm building just in the east. No, not a rocket factory. Oh, gotta cancel it here. That's right. Click the wrong thing. Cancel. Yes. But just a little ways away from most bombing. Few extra or additional would be the proper word. Industrial centers. And I do that so long as I have, at least I think I have, all of the heavy industries where there's a heavy industrial capacity already building a yes, along the Elbe here. Building there. Okay, yes, I want to deploy. Yes, I want to upgrade. Okay. Because I started looking into this. Philip Holzmann, which I believe is still a company going on in modern day Germany. They did a lot of different constructions projects, and okay. See, I haven't gotten really looking at this here. Okay, I've got to reduce their metal down 5,000. There's definitely, I don't know for the road beds, but for some of the bridging and whatnot that they were doing, they were definitely reinforcing the concrete with steel. Again, I don't think the road beds, but bridging and some of the other stuff. So they would be using some metal, but this is back, I did this event when you would be so flushed with metal as Germany, so I need to reduce that, but fortunately it doesn't put us in a big hole. That's part of what we're testing out here again. This is why I call this testing and not a proper playthrough. And we're going to artillery focus our artillery support instead of rocket. Okay, Brett. Yes, Jaeger means hunter. I know Jaeger generally means light infantry. Well, we use the term Jaeger troops or Jaegers as light infantry when you're talking about them, and it comes from at least the 18th century as standard within Prussia, Austria, Bavaria, or wherever troops, Jaeger troops and Jaeger rifles, and yes, it comes from hunting, but they also would be light infantry in the military sense. So he is right about that. Okay, yes, national highway, so we get more efficiency and supply throughput. Towards the sun, now, yes, we're going to give them a cruise, the auto show, 1936's auto show, and we can forming the horse vessel. Yes, we will do that. Yes, light infantry even today. But yes, it goes. It starts. It may be in the 17th century in which it's starting as a common term, and definitely gets into. We've talked about this before. I'm not gonna. I'll go over this stuff in more detail when I do another playthrough again. Okay, black shorts. No, those aren't black shirts. They're black shorts. Okay, so we're not still producing that. We're in a deficit of money. Slight deficit of oil. Let's see if we can sell more to the US yet. No, not yet. Still grayed out. We're going to agree to continue it. There will be a cost for us, but there's also benefits. I haven't done the math. You can see here some of that will get an effect or keep an effect. Okay. TRE. Yeah, we want to do this. Supplies. Lose some manpower working in the shipyards, but you'll get 2 more shipyards. Okay, well, now we're in a positive. Okay, well. Oh, we're not getting that money. And, okay, yeah, here's the effects of having this. Plus 15 to the metal, 15%. Plus 20% to the raw material or rare materials. But minus 10% on supplies. Minus 10% on money, which is a big thing. Okay, again, more of the Philip Holzman company. They're going to build the... And that's a photo of it, the Tehran train station. The SS Hampt. Yes, we want... Oh, whoa. Hold on. Okay, no, that hasn't happened. Okay, I'm just checking. Okay, the SS Hampt. Hauptamt, I guess is Hauptamt. I'm sure I'm butchering it. Germans, just go ahead and laugh. Hey, Van Bishop, go ahead and laugh at my pathetic attempts at pronouncing your language. I try to do good, and I don't. I don't mind at all people trying to help, but don't get upset if I still don't do it right. And I'm not trying to pronounce it like a real German would. Just make it sort of. If you build level ton oil refinery in a province, how much more does that give me still a nationwide building and not okay, no, it only does the oil rigs, shall we say. These guys only affect the province that it is in. So we can see here base is 1. We have some modifiers. This will modify it here. So you only want to build the oil rigs in the province in which they're in. Okay, Azad, good having you here. So you want to do that, and I have and that's old, but I don't think it's changed. I do have in my tutorial section for Hearts of Iron 3. I do have a video that goes and looks at all the buildings and the percents. I would have to go look at the stats right now to figure that out, and I'm not going to do that, mostly because I don't want to add instabilities while playing here. Okay, yes, we will give them supplies for money, and we will give them supplies for money. That should push us hopefully back into the positive, but we'll see if we can do also do. Hans von Ohlen, he's the main guy doing the jet development. The most cost effective one would be the standard one, the middle. Yes, we'll support them. The House des Radsfunks. Now USA. Okay. USA still has a... Okay, we're going to see if we can sell them more supplies. We want to still buy some more oil. I see that we're slight. We want a big oil reserve to start the war because we're going to have problems with oil and fuel, which are two different things, but both have potential problems there. Oh, and we need to manage our happiness of our Paul. Okay, so now we have these because the House des Radsfunk. That will help reduce down some of our, make this now down significantly. We've gone over this recently, and this recently, but I do want to come here. Is it here? Munich. Did they get deployed there? No, it's here. Yeah. I want to attach that to here, and I want to make sure it's not upgrading, because all of the rest of the whole essay is not upgrading, and you don't want to do that. Still be open to somebody who wants to do a lot of busy work, coming in and changing a couple of things. Yes, well, it was a depression, not a recession. They were, and there's a okay, we'll give them a yes. We like exporting energy. We can look here. The U.S. basically all the majors start with this. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can see here. Get it to the right spot. You have FDR. FDR turned it from a depression into a Great Depression. He was a terrible American president. Did have the right instincts on World War II, though. So, and he was good about World War II. So that balances out his other terribleness. So they are right now under a 50% decrease in ICs, 100% in money, leadership. So they're getting their money from trading. They're not getting their money from other, because there is a natural sort of generation of money within your economy, consumer goods. So they're just all being hit super hard. Most of the nations start out with it, and various events remove it. I haven't been playing enough to look at all that. Okay, never type private income. Someone come in. Yes. The War of Independence. There's a called Merrill's Marauders. Cool. I don't know how we got into. Yeah, it was. Well, I would say what was really, Brett, getting us out of the Depression, and it was just starting in the stages, was the start of World War II. And like in World War I, the building arms for the combatant nations, the Western ones in this case, starts. And that starts getting the U.S. out of the Depression. So I would say by 40, we were really coming out of it. Now, there wasn't necessarily like full employment or anything like that. Now, during World War II, there was 100% of employment basically in the U.S. for anybody who could or would want to work. Meaning there were a lot of people that didn't want to work outside of the home, shall we say. And particularly women, and that's still, but they were part of a household that did have people working. So there's a lot of that going on. I think that earlier crash is just because I alt-tabbed out twice. So don't do that too much, unless you save. Okay, we no longer get that money, but we'll see. We give them fuel for money? Certainly. Okay, we're at a bare positive. Let's see, what can... they have a little bit of surplus, the Soviet Union, but hopefully they'll get more. They're on a deficit of money, so let's buy. Now, we want to keep a positive, so we're not going to... fully, what is their deficit? Okay, 18, 22, that looks pretty good. Let's see if we can do that. Hopefully it'll keep them from stop buying our products and keep them selling us, and we'll build up our oil stockpiles. Now, this is one thing I didn't disagree with changes or making it cheap for Germany to get oil or rare materials or whatever before, when I was complaining about it in my complaint video specifically that I posted. I know a bunch of people watched. It wasn't that, oh, how much we had to trade. It was just the micromanagement level that what they were doing was requiring it. I want to make this happen, but I don't want to make this a headache to play. Still have not found out why it's called Stall Pact or Pack of Steel yet, but I'm on. Okay, great, Nagar. I would love to know. The Tripartite Pact, of course, is tri is in three-part pact. There was the Three Powers Pact, which I've done and added for my version for Hearts of Iron 4 Third Reich events, which is not released and needs massive updates. But the Three Powers Pact was signed in Vienna or Venice between, and is promoted by Mussolini, between Italy, Austria, and Hungary as an anti-Nazi pact. And that was done in 1936. So you've got, in 1936, you have Italy wanting to join with the particularly fascist nation of Austria. I don't know if we would call, because Hungary was, a monarchy without a monarch, run by a semi-dictator of Hothi, I don't know how you pronounce it, but an admiral without a navy. He was an admiral in the Austro-Hungarian Navy, but he wasn't just silly. He continued to wear his admiral's uniform, but it wasn't just silly costumes. He was an actual admiral in an actual real navy at one point. But yeah, but that as an anti-German, but it wasn't just because it was German. It was anti-Nazi pact. But you start because of and Mussolini had been rather aligned with his World War I partners of France, I'm pointing the wrong one, Britain and France, up until sort of 1935 with their problem over his invasion of Abyssinia, which is still a war going on right now in this game. So that starts to move him, but only starts to move him into an alliance with Hitler. Because he's really worried, Mussolini is, because he knows Hitler's an Austrian. He knows Hitler is, screeching about a lot, reuniting all the German people, which includes Germans living here, Germans living in Trieste. So he's worried about territorial ambitions. Just literally those, even if nothing, even if it's not like conquering everywhere in the world, even if it's just limited to reunite all the German-speaking people, he's worried about that severely. So he sets that up in 1936. So that whole process of setting up that Pact of Steel takes years to do, of Hitler trying, because it's mainly pushed by Hitler, trying to get Mussolini into the pact. And so it is no foregone conclusion. And then it's sort of Axis, as in sort of, and I don't know again who initially, whether it was them or the outside people outside of it, but it's sort of an axis of a wheel, is what Axis comes from. Yes, diplomatic report. We're just going through some of this. Yeah, you can have some fuel. You haven't started your civil war yet. Yes. Both Spain and Portugal, but I believe most of it was in Portugal, though it was along the borders, I think, in this part of the areas where the deposits were, and a lot of the mining operations were like small time, 30, 40 people, and my understanding understanding was the border wasn't necessarily respected, so it wasn't raids like people with guns coming to steal it, as far as I know. But some enterprising Spanish groups would get together, small companies, whatever, and go across whatever the official border was and start mining it over in Portugal and bringing it into Spain. With not going through not paying taxes and not whatever in Portugal, though there are some deposits, my understanding, in the Spanish side of the border as well. So yeah, there is a lot of tungsten down here even before America gets into the war, but this only happens after the fall of France for obvious reason. Germany starts trying to buy as much tungsten as it can from Portugal. Britain sees this immediately, and they start trying to buy every bit of tungsten they can buy. And so there becomes a price war over tungsten. And Britain doesn't know what to do with the tungsten it's buying. It doesn't really need them. Not that it couldn't use them, but doesn't really need them. There's a difference between use and need. Just end up stacking it in huge piles in places in Portugal, refined or unrefined. They start restacking up. And my understanding, some of that disappears by enterprising Portuguese go in and steal it and then try to sell it, whether back to the British or to the Germans. So there's this whole tungsten economic battle going on that may actually got bloody a few times, a few shots fired by, we'll call them gangster types, not maybe like modern or, period gangsters in America, but over some of that. Yeah, they raised the prices, and that's very much selling it to both without fighting anyone. Yeah, no, they didn't. They got occupied by the U.S. or the Azores did, sort of without permission. But yeah, what national decisions do we have? Okay, a bunch of stuff. Okay, yes, we want to ordering the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen. Yes, metal. Yes, we barely have enough. I'm not entirely upset with. We'll do the full divisions with metal being hard for Germany to acquire. That it seems like it's much more than it was. I'm just trying to balance TRE with what they're doing here. Mostly, I want to do that because, like I say, some of the stuff was that I was doing some of the events with just simply to make it a little more difficult because TRE gives lots and lots of bonuses to Germany, but it also has a bunch of costs. Hello, Chris Stolten. Do you have a step-by-step written tutorial in a PDF for HoI 3 for Germany? No, I do not. I have some tutorials. Some of them are a bit out of date. Some of them are still rather current on my channel page that are for Hearts of Iron 3. There's a bunch there. And especially for starting out the first month or two, you can go back and look at the first episode or two of my last German playthrough. It is with 9.33, but will be very good, particularly for once Third Reich Events comes out again for the new one. But I'm not a writer, and I don't know if anybody's written anything. I'm a speaker. I like to talk. I don't like to write. So I don't do the writing thing on any sort of big voluminous stuff. So I do not have one of those. But you can ask questions here or other places, and I'll do my best to answer them. Short answers typed, longer answers in videos. Yes, you can have fuel. The Reichsluftministerium, the sort of air ministry for there. You can see there's Speer who designed it. There's Goering. I don't know what he's maybe organizing. No, I don't know if Todt would have been because he is wearing a swastika armband. Don't know what he's doing. He's not Luftwaffe. And I don't know who he is, but close up there, and you can sort of see the model, how big it is. It's in Berlin. Metal 2000. Oh, God. We're going to wait on this because I don't want to go to 0. Another thing that, yes, because although these are pseudo-stone structures, at least cladding was stone on a lot of them. They used a lot of steel reinforcing as part of my justification, but there's just more than needs to be here. You also have, now it's going to go for just a few days, but 6% ICs hit. Fort Buster. Yeah, there's Fort Buster for Dummies. There are some stuff on some of the forums. Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah. Big training increase. No, I do the big just to give you choice, and if you just, because you can see you get a little bonuses, but we'll just do that. No, we're not doing that. If we wanted to do that, we would be having Tanganyika installed. Yes. Yes. Oh yes, you can ask questions there on and there are a lot of good people, including the devs, for, because even though I disagree with the devs on some of what they're doing and some fundamentally, I do think they're good people, and I do get upset, but I do like them. I count them as friends. You can get upset with your friends; it can happen, but they will do what they can. So if you have, because sometimes people don't even know the questions to answer, they want to read a guide, but sometimes they have a specific question, and so it's definitely a thing that they can do. Okay, do we want to build a school? Metal. We're still worrying about metal. Unsurprising, tungsten is a kind of rare material that is correlation to war efforts, major conflicts, World War. Yes, and it is an effect in the game. We do have a tungsten effect as well as just being rare materials. Well, tungsten is used for cutting tools, and you want to either, and I don't know all the details, either you want to actually have the cutting bit for the machining, and there's a lot of machining done on artillery, tanks, aircraft, because for the engines you got to bore out those cylinder holes and make the cylinders and all that stuff. Either the cutting bit is made out of tungsten, or it is a tungsten steel alloy bit, because you're cutting other steel, so you want it harder than the steel. But even then, it is worn off of the cutting bit, which gets resharpened all the time. Now, I'm sure there is some recycling going on, from the metal that falls on the floor, but how effective can that be? Or was it? And then how effective could it be? I do not know, but I do know there is a recycling element there. Well, thank you. I'm glad they helped out. And we're definitely trying to does not imply that there were any tanks in the unit. Oh, what are we going on? Panzer Division. Oh, kind of guy. Yeah. Oh, well, it doesn't have to be tanks there, but it should be tanks there. Okay, well, we're getting plus 73. Very good. That's not pumping that up. Just some of these things. Okay, we can afford that right now. German television. Britain television. They had it. Paris was doing television at this time. New York City was doing television at this time, but German television is basically Greater Berlin area, and some of the television was directly wired to theaters, like a motion picture theater, in which they had a big television screen up there. I think it was a projection screen of it, as opposed to a glass screen that's like you think of an older style television. But yeah, they were doing that there. Okay, that's grayed out. Okay, we're into a bit of a negative there. Yes. Build the radio stations, more metal cost. God damn, one event and this other event is too big. I've got to reduce the metal down. You all know who produces. Right now, my guess would be China, but that's just a guess. Okay, prohibit establishment of new parties, dissent. Guess we'll do that. Yeah, you might need to post those links again, Arno. To them, they don't seem to be coming up on YouTube. To the tutorials. Okay, what are we too far in advance of? Artillery brigades. Okay. That is here, yes. I do sort of know all of this, but I have... Okay, we'll do this now. There we go. I see that one on YouTube. Thanks, Arno. I do appreciate it. Just all tabbing out can cause instabilities here. And I prefer not to have everybody have to wait through a restart. Okay, we're going to unlock that, push that up to a little bit of a more positive number to grind that down, lock that down, push those to need. Yeah, China is the biggest supplier. Yeah, I thought so now. Well, it's sort of the big impact of China on our society. We have outsourced, and I say not just the U.S., the Western world has outsourced way too, again, monopolies and any sort of single supply source of anything is a bad. And it can be a monopoly in any one country. You know, this is what, and I'm sort of glad some of these other companies now coming out to not have Steam be the monopoly. I love Steam. I want to use Steam because it is the best service out there for games right now. But I don't want Steam to be a complete monopoly on things. Why was the hated Jews popular? Well, well, outside of the Nazi thing, and there we have to look at it, but because the Nazi thing comes from somewhere. How do I put this? And I don't mean this is a bad thing. Actually, I mean this is a good thing. Jews don't comply well to things, and Jews for the longest time didn't have their own homeland. So you have the first under the Roman Empire when you want when the Rome wants everybody to sacrifice to the official god, which may be the emperor, to be a citizen. And so this is why they also have a problem with Christians. But Christians were a growing sect. Jews did not proselytize and try to expand, so they had less problems with the Jews. Obviously, they went and killed the Jewish homeland. The Romans did, burning down Jerusalem and things. They did that. So Jews would go around and only believe in their one God and not pay any attention to the other gods and the traditions of the other society. Come around into the Christian era, Jews, the early Christian era, there was a lot of fanaticism on Christianity and the one true religion and persecution of non-Christians. Jews being a non-Christian community within Christianity, as well as other parts of the world. So there is a residual anti-Jewish effect from that period. And added to that, because of anti-Jewish or just non-Christians couldn't own land, so Jews were forced into a moneyed economy when most people, even rich people, didn't have money. Rich people often had, say, a big chunk of really valuable farmland and then lots of food that they would then trade that food for, like, hey, you're my knight. I'll give you a big bunch of food or land, sublease my land out to you so that you can afford to buy armor and a horse and be my knight, kind of thing. But the rich guy there didn't necessarily have lots of money. And so resentment came up because Jews had money because that's all they had. They couldn't have large amounts of land. They couldn't even have large amounts of food because they couldn't store it anywhere. So people became jealous of Jews and having the money because they were in that moneyed economy. So that goes back to the origin of, and also to promote some of it, is supposed anti-Jewish. Now it's element of Jews, but not anti-Jews to Christ. I mean, there were all of Jesus' original followers were Jews. It's the Pharisees and a sect within the Jews, but Christians later on, ignorant, conflate that. So that comes into it. Now, by the time you get to the Nazis, they think Jews are vampires. Maybe not in the literal sense that they're biting someone's neck, but that they are because they see them as a non-productive element of society, living off of the productive element of society. They see them as a vampiric attachment to society, and they see it as evil. And so there's a lot of stuff, and they see it as a racially based and not as a religious based thing. So they see vampires as evil, and they're anti-vampire, so they're anti-Jews. Now they see werewolves as good, and they are pro-werewolves. The Nazis were pro-werewolves. They thought werewolves were good beings. They actually sort of thought maybe they actually existed. And they named the last defense of the Reich the werewolf program, or whatever it was called, werewolves, mainly set up around Hitler Youth as sort of a guerrilla resistance movement in Germany. And that's where Nation Without a State. And so there's a lot of... Didn't the Nazis also think that the Jewish people... that was... yeah, sort of. That was what they blamed them, more so than what they thought. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Nazis. If you look at it now, I think they may often be portrayed as the wanting to be the vampires in some of the stuff, but no, Nazis were pro werewolf. I mean, literally pro werewolf. There was they actually sort of call them werewolf type movement before the Nazis really become a thing, especially a thing in this area. In the Rhineland that France has occupied, there was sort of a resistance / protective / revenge for bad behavior on an individual of French occupation in the Rhineland here. There was a werewolf movement going on, and that's what they looked at. They would turn into wolves at night and come out and do strikes, and then turn back into normal workers or whatever during the day. So this whole mythology starts outside of the Nazis, and they look at the werewolves going back to ideas, and whether there was real mythical type werewolves that some of them believed. I'm not saying most Nazis believe this, even most hierarchical Nazis, but a few actually did believe that werewolves actually really existed in some sort of format, and that they go back to the Germanic tribes fighting off the Romans. So within Nazi ideology, Nazi mythology, werewolves are a good thing, and they are pro-werewolves, and they see Jews as vampires. And if you look at the original Nosferatu movie, the silent one, which is the first real movie that has a vampire in it, you can see that he's a sort of a hyper visualized as a Jew. Now, Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula, I mean, vampires go back before Bram Stoker writing Dracula, but Bram Stoker is, of course, a British Jew, but though Van Helsing or whatever is a Jewish guy who's being a hero trying to stop the vampires within that stuff. So, so if you look at the early Nosferatu, the sort of the ears, the nose, the thing, you really see the sort of, and they see it as an infecting plague in that movie that he's bringing, and they see the Jews as bringing an infecting plague. So all that mythology is all going around, and that movie is all going around at this time. Do I need to manually upgrade units, or is it quicker if I normally don't put units back through the production line, if that's what you're talking about. Word for weremen. Okay. And so yeah, this goes back to the whole thing. And I've read Hitler's Monsters, a very good book that talks about this stuff, to the point that there are a few individuals, especially that are sort of doing some of the stuff, counterinsurgency, actually do believe that there are some literal vampires out there sucking people's blood. But they bring it up as a few. But most of it take the whole we're talking sort of inside the upper hierarchy of various Nazi organizations. They take it as metaphorical in that their Jews aren't really sucking off literal blood, but they are sucking the life force out of blood and soil. You have to get back to the whole blood and soil thing with the Nazi movement is very important, and it's very connected. So within the Nazi ideology, race is more important than any sort of economic ideology that may or may not have. And Hitler is more flexible on economic ideologies and what to do about that over time. Okay, cavalry exploitation. Yeah, we're going to let that continue. So, well, there's also the genetic purity that they think that they're doing that as well. And they're weakening it as well. They do believe that there's that going on as well. But it is not just, I just saw something deploy. Okay. Oh. We want to get these to the top. Increase the infrastructure to the top. Okay. But we're now into producing ships, and I don't want to produce any more ships. Okay. We've got a lot of our coal factories, our steel factories online, but we still don't have enough. So what we're going to do is come over here. We'll move these over here. We'll get ready to fire one or two of those. Let's build a few more. Well, that one's coming online. That's not very big. Let's go for a couple of the bigger. Because again, these refineries or wells or rigs or whichever various terms that they use them only affect the province that they're in, unless something has changed. So you want to just find, oh, that's not very big. Yeah, that's pretty big. And it's a percentage effect. So it's not a, so it's the bigger the natural deposit there, the more effect they have. And again, I don't remember. It's in my tutorial about the buildings. There is a video where I go into all of them. Okay, yeah, okay, I think that's going to be it for the moment. 7 ICs per, okay. No, okay, we have to do that on the, okay, let's do a couple that we'll have, go to a, we'll go to another one. Okay, that'll be it. Yeah, Matt, we can afford this. We can almost afford this. This shouldn't be a struggle to afford building the building. And it does to a point represent building this building individually, but it also building other wasn't necessarily Speer designed buildings or whatever, but other buildings that were being built to support the Luftwaffe establishment beyond just air bases. It's a tough topic that requires lengthy debate in German. And Gamer summarized, thank you very much, Van Bishop. Anti-Semitism has resurfaced historically every time there's a crisis, specifically financial ones. Nazis spread sentiment, solidify the Volkssense. Us versus them. There's a lot of factors, and I don't want to take, because I do focus a lot on Nazis in my study, in my talks and games, because we focus around World War II, and I am fascinated by Nazis and Nazism and the uniforms, the minutia, but that does not mean that at all I am supporting any of them. And I like Jews. I think Jews are great people. I am a big time Zionist. I'm not Jewish. I don't want to move to Israel. I'd love to visit there. Seems like a really cool place. I'm all in support of Israel. So don't take anything that I'm saying and even trying to describe either what I think are facts, either about Jews or about other people, or what I think other people think, historical viewpoints, as any sort of endorsement of any of them. Now, sometimes I'm explaining things as like Van Bishop is saying, well, there's crises. happen. There's economics. People get, and so there's maybe rational reasons for people disliking things. Doesn't mean that they should, but there's rational reasons for it. It's like the current virus that we're all, because we're at home or one way or another, we're all being affected by it. Some I know much more personally than others, as in deaths or serious industry. I still think it's a China virus, but I don't blame Chinese people wherever they are in the world. And now I do sort of blame the Chinese people that support the Chinese Communist Party. And there are a lot of nationalistic Chinese people that support, millions of them, just because they don't overthrow the goddamn fucking regime. I'm mad at those people. And they don't even have to be like Chinese Americans or I'm not upset at Taiwanese or Chinese in Singapore. It's not racial. It may be national, my upsetness, as in people from China that support the government, but it has nothing to do with their language, their skin color, or anything like that. It's maybe their national support. I'm a big supporter of Hong Kong freedom. Macau doesn't seem to worry that much about it, but so I'm not anti-Chinese in that sense. I may be anti-Chinese, the current government, and those people that support that government. Doesn't mean that I want severe harm to any of the individuals, standard populace of China or anything like that, but that doesn't mean I'm in favor of them. So I'm no way take it as that. And so when I'm looking at this stuff, and it's a complicated thing, and so yeah, the bad guys have the bad. Yeah, I look at the Soviets and they have terrible uniforms. So, and I'm not a pro-communist. I think communism is just as evil as Nazism, if not more so. It's more insidious in ways. In ways, it's more insidious, and I hate it even more. I commented recently, I think it was to a former Tokaku gamer on Twitch, talking about Nazis or with bad guys, in history gaming, a recent tweet. This is within the last month. And I go, yeah, but the worst bad guys were the communists, and I put a flag of the Soviet Union up below it. And then at least one person, yeah, see, I've looked at his Twitter account, and he's like some sort of fascist, so no wonder he supports the Nazi. No, I just, it's like, well, is botulism or arsenic a worse poison? I don't know which is worse, but let's say I say botulism is worse poison than arsenic. Doesn't mean I'm pro-arsenic. It just means that these are poisons, and one of them may be more deadly or die more painfully of, or whatever it may be, than some other poison. So yeah, just because I think one thing is worse than the other doesn't mean I think the other is good. So as Jews can't change interests to other Jews, can't charge, but they can charge it to Gentiles. It's a thing in their scripture is easily used against them. And yes, and there's also a lot of Jews that don't pay attention to the Talmud. So yeah, it's all kinds of things like that going on. Hopefully in the lifetime the Chinese Communist government falls for good. That would be wonderful. Yes, absolutely. Well, we're going to keep the stream going, but we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yeah, we're going to continue this here. They've been more successful, at least more successful in killing more people, and survived longer than the Nazis did, if you call that successful, yes. Yeah, but the problem with the Chinese Communist following is they're not following very many of the communist practices, where the Soviets were at least trying to be communists. The Chinese communists have stopped trying to be communists, and they're just trying to be dictators. Or totalitarians, or whatever you want to call them. Not necessarily fascists. They're fascistic, but they're not necessarily fascist. But yeah, they're just more of a party state apparatus now, and that may be harder for them to fall. Hi, MB. Yeah, you walked into various topics that we're discussing. We're going to continue next. Let me take a drink here. And so, yeah, we'll hope the communists will go away. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3 with Black Ice and Third Reich events installed, and we are testing out to see the compatibility of the two mods together here, whether from bugs or costs, like as in metal or other things. Okay, yeah, that's good. And 2000. Okay, we'll do this now. That will get us down to that. See another picture of the model, the overall architectural plans. Big building in the center of Berlin somewhere. I don't know if the building still survives. Okay, radios, yes, we want to stop that technology because it's too far ahead. We can do something that we can do efficiently now. Start with the ones you can do efficiently, because, well, unless you're like planning on doing, excuse me, significant naval buildup right now, which Germany shouldn't be doing too much of that. You don't need to push ahead on, you know, most of this stuff. Meaning you'll get it by the time you need it. So I just tried reading a forum guide to BICE that someone wrote. My God, I'll just play my dumb way because that is... Yeah, there's been some very detailed stuff, and part of the problem, in my opinion, with what Black Ice is doing is one of the best min-maxers of Black Ice is Oh My God. He, long time ago, and it's still up there, did a playthrough of min-maxing, and he is a better player of this than me. Not necessarily like a better, I'm gonna not concede that, you know, better tactical management battlefield, but he's very good. So I think I'm good at Hearts of Iron, you know, Battlefield, whatever, but he's also very good. But he's definitely better on some of the min-maxing. So some of the stuff, and so since he's a developer of it, he sees the game as being a little too easy, I think. Just use submarines are a good thing to definitely use as Germany. I'm going to at some point, well, this oh, we need to move these up to the top and make sure the important ones, yeah, that's okay. The ones that are mostly done, we want to make sure they keep building. Yeah, 8.1, that does sound like one of the older guides. And so, yeah, and so if you really min-max this out, it seems maybe a little too easy. And now a lot of those guides don't have TRE or GGA or Units of the Third Reich or the D-Worms mods installed, so they're not 100%. Yeah, this is still AVS. Is this the one? Armor, okay. Here we go. Okay, so that now, we could do tank destroyer, but we're not building any of those, and I would rather do armor plate thickness as a replacement. And unlike Reality and or Hearts of Iron 4, which is what I do like about Hearts of Iron 4, is these units will upgrade. So if they're building with older technologies, they will through the game replace it, as opposed to having replacement equipment. Oh, we wanted actually a little more, I guess, there, because we want to get that down to 0 so you get a little more benefit. Okay, we'll no longer receive that money, but hopefully we'll still have a cushion. We want to have a cushion of money. We want to have a cushion of all these resources, and this should not be. Germany shouldn't be like, yeah, steel doesn't matter. That is not. And so I'm not entirely disagreeing with everything they're doing. Okay, USA, this is, I'm sort of, at least the wording of that event, I'm not terribly pleased with. 350, okay, we'll go to that. And more info, look around. I want you to see all my nice events. Medium popularity, we've lost high. And more metal, but down a reasonable amount. Well, we could do it right now, but we're going to wait a day or two. And more metal, yeah, we'll do this one and wait a day or two on this. We could decide not to do it, but we'll go with the popularity. It's meant to happen. $450, come on, 5. German-Yugoslav trade agreement. Okay, we'll lose some supplies, gain some money, have other plans. That's nice. Yes, we'll do that. Oh, this is shifted again. Okay. I want to get it just slightly positive. Okay, let's reduce this down to just a little bit there. That will get us. See, this whole top row of stuff up here should not be a headache. Should be a concern. We should have to, make sure that we don't truly bankrupt ourselves, that we have enough steel, that we have enough oil, because these were all concerns at the time. But that last playthrough that we were doing last weekend, it was just too much of a headache. But do notice that without the trades going on that we've stopped, we do seem to be much better with what's happening. All right, California was a republic for a long time. It's going to take a more significant collapse of California, because yes, if you don't know, I live in California, so I'm well aware of what's going on. Not in like every little budget thing or every little, I don't pay close attention, but it's a Democratic supermajority. They've done, in my opinion, some illegal or unconstitutional, shall we say, as well as some illegal things. Every single Republican congressman in Orange County, which had been a bastion of 100% Republican congressman, all of them in the last election because of ballot harvesting, meaning you get to go, well, we need more votes. The election was 2 days ago. Well, go out and collect more votes. And maybe all of the votes they collected was actually somebody legitimately able to vote. Maybe. I don't believe it for one goddamn second. But let's state for the argument that there was no voter fraud in it. But what they would do is these activist organizations realized the vote totals were down because they changed the law. So what they would do is they would go around to, say, retirement homes or stand in front of places to get your check cashed, low income people or whatnot, with ballots to try, absentee type ballots to get them to vote. And there was some of that. So some of the votes may be legit in this that they were a person, but they would go out and hunt down enough votes to make sure that they won the election. So they keep voting until the Democrats won. There are still a few Republicans, but if you in Congress from California, if you were to look at an electoral map, including the last one, you will see about 2/3 of the geographic area of the states vote Republican. 1/3, but where 60+% of the people living here live, vote Democrat. San Francisco, all along the coast, from San Francisco along the coast down to sort of the Mexican border, including LA area and all that. They all vote Democratic. I think we're going to see a change because I think Trump really means it, that he's going to stop illegal voting, because there's a lot of people that illegal vote in California, meaning they're not citizens that vote. And there's a lot of other stuff, and it's going to take a while. There's a lot of resistance, and he's got to get the Congress in. That's his. But I think there's going to be a move. And I think if they get rid of that, and of course Democratic incompetence continues to show up, I think we can go back to the days of having Governor Reagan, Governor Deukmejian. I remember Reagan was before my time really, but as governor, I remember him as president. But Deukmejian and Wilson, very sort of conservative Republican governors. And very liberal places like San Francisco and LA County, yes, but so there very well may be the change someday. But it won't happen really soon. Also, the state of California needs to go truly bankrupt. Large portion of the state is just the big cities. And there's, as a percentage of the population, there are more people that vote, but there's also a lot of Republicans that just don't vote because they believe, whether it's true or not, they're not going to win in this state. And so and the way California is set up and the way a lot of states are set up, who wins this state gets all the electoral votes for that state. So if you win by just one vote, all of the votes go to whatever candidate for president. So it doesn't matter. This is why, well, Hillary got more votes. Well, yeah, because a lot of Californians didn't bother coming out to vote because they knew that Hillary was going to, no matter what, win in California. So why bother to go vote? I go vote, but others don't. Just looking this, we're going to see if there's any place that we should concentrate our industry here. Just checking out. I go vote, but others don't vote, and so they don't vote. So Hillary's vote total, as a total number of votes, is a lot more because, like I say, people don't vote and it doesn't matter. But other states, including states like Texas, where you have overwhelming Republican support, you get other votes. So as a percentage of, or as a overall vote, states voting, Trump won legitimately. It's a perfectly legitimate thing. And if a lot of people are going, well, you should go, popular vote. Well, you know what happens if you have a popular vote? One of the things is all those people that didn't bother voting because they thought their vote didn't count. People that live in New York City or whatever knew that it was going to go towards the Democrats. They're going to come out and vote. One, and two, you also get domination of the cities over the countrysides. And the cities are going to have all kinds of regulations of how farming should be done. People who don't farm will regulate farmers. I don't think that'll work out very well in the long run. What do you think of the proposed split of California from a few years back? Well, when I was young, there was the idea of a north-south split. That would make a little more sense geographically. Yeah, in ways it would be good, in ways it would be bad. This is the first year I will go vote. I can't have the stuffing with Biden, in office. Yeah, Biden is, a lot of people, especially people outside of America, look at America and see what's the difference between the Republican and the Democratic candidate. Not that they can't see some differences, but they all seem like the same thing. And these are in countries which, have a communist party that actually, gets significant seats within parliament and things like that. Yeah, Democrats and Republicans had been just variations on each other, but now it's going lefty loons, and Biden is just literally losing his mind. And I don't say that lightly. I mean that literally, in that he is, old man diseasing, whatever sunsetting as some people are calling it. It's not that he doesn't know what day it is or doesn't know, what he had for breakfast, but he's no longer sharp. He is no longer on top of it. And you can see that from the interviews. Now, a lot of the left like bureaucratic government. They want the cabinet or the, ministers, as you would call them in other countries, to actually run the government. So they're actually sort of fine with the idea of Woodrow Wilson being in a coma, because it's who you appoint to the cabinet. They're running the government. So it's all these different bureaucracies. So they're not necessarily upset that if Biden is, not really with it and just sort of is presiding, going to all the ribbon cuttings and making the speeches or something, but just letting each guy, they're more interested in that. So those at the core know what's going on. They don't mind it. And the rest of America, I think, is starting to wake up to his incompetence in the ability to actually run a government. I'm not even talking about his policies here. I'm talking purely about his mental competency. Just as bright and talented as white kids. Well, that goes back to sort of the soft racism partially. The slip up is maybe old age or his you know, I don't know if I have a favorite. I mean, that's a good Biden quote. I don't know that I track it enough as to not have a favorite. Welded plate construction here. But there are a lot of Democrats, whether they believe it's genetic, some do, or whether they believe it's just, well, they have such an unfortunate growing up in broken households, in poverty, and all this other stuff. So they're not as good as what they see as most white kids as being smarter. It's sort of soft racism. It's not a hate racism. And some of it is not based on genetics, you know, your skin color really, but more your situation in life. And so they see that as a thing in U.S. Democratic politics particularly. And that's why they believe in the welfare state for minorities. Yeah, well, hopefully the U.S. stays great. And the U.S. is great because it's ideas, not because, oh, we're the German people, or we're the English people, or we're the French people, or we're the Americans. And like we've talked, and I don't know if any of our Canadians are watching, Canadians are a type of Americans too. They're very similar to us in culture, in language, in viewpoints. They're very similar to us. But it's sort of the idea of America that you can become an American. You don't need to, I definitely can't become a Japanese or a Chinese. That's a definite. And I don't really think I could become a French or an Italian or German. I might legally be able to get some of their citizenship, but I would never, I'm not saying I couldn't learn their language and sort of kind of fit into their society, but I really wouldn't, in their eyes, really be an Italian. I'd be a person living in Italy and maybe very welcome there. I'm not trying to say that it's that, but I wouldn't become an Italian. Maybe my children or grandchildren would become an Italian, but I wouldn't. But you can become an American, and that is the idea, the concept of, and it's more than just living geographically here. And we're losing a little of it, because I feel the difference between Democrats and Republicans is way more obvious. Yeah, 30 years ago, I understood why people were two-party system. There's hardly any difference. Doesn't really matter. And that's another thing that a lot of people traditionally have not voted for because they didn't think it really mattered. And even if you're talking about the local city council that might matter for zoning requirements, I don't really think that candidate X or candidate Y was going to be any better or worse than the other one. Most in the city councils, and at least like in California, they traditionally have not had a party affiliation. They were nonpartisan, so you didn't go through a primary. It was just a people voting, and so so a lot of people just didn't bother to vote because there was going to be no major change, even if their vote totals might be counted. But hey, if it's Bill Clinton or George Bush, it didn't matter. Really in my life, I got a good job, got a good thing. It isn't going to really matter. Now, I thought it did, but a lot of people didn't think it mattered. And so they just didn't vote. There's a lot of Americans that just don't think it mattered. And that's really a shame, but yeah. Yeah, and I'm not saying, again, if you were to sit down and like interview Biden or consult with him on, I think he's gotten a lot of history, decisions wrong. But it doesn't mean he can't be an elder statesman at this point and be an influence. But being on top of, running the U.S. government, and do we do risky things like sending the special forces troops to either rescue a hostage or take out bin Laden or whatever? I don't think he's the guy to do it. Now, Bernie Sanders, I entirely disagree with his politics, but he at least had the mental capacity, I believe, to do it. Can't even watch this right now, even on YouTube. Damn internet. Just sorry, Brett. Yeah, it's lesser of evils. So, yeah, okay. I reduced the money down to 50. I think it was at 500 or something before. And yeah, that is more appropriate because there is, like, I think steel reinforcing going into this concrete lake that they're building to go boating and swimming on. And yes, I think Twitch is at one flat setting, but YouTube should be able to vary your what your resolution is. Well, that's going to hurt us in our economic situation. We'll see what we can recover. I'm not sure how far I'm going to get with this before releasing it, but so far it's looking pretty good. Yeah, no. Bernie's sharp. He has his own speaking habits, but Trump is sharp too, and he has his speaking habits. But you can look at his speaking habits and see them back 20 years ago and how they are today. They're the same. So he isn't mentally incompetent. He just doesn't string sentences together well. And that's just the way Trump is. Well, yeah, Bernie had the physical, the heart attack, which, and his age, which, and again, the Democrat insiders know all this, but they don't care. They just want to, their concern is to win the election, and they want to have the right vice president candidate to take over if something, if has another heart attack or something like that. So they're not as worried by some of this. The insiders who really sort of know and pay attention. The average voters, I think, if it made the news more, it would have been more of a thing to them. Okay, we got more steel coming. We're still... And how come they... Yeah, well, they're old. And the Democratic Party... See, you got to understand, the Democratic Party highest values is to elect minorities, women, and young people. So this is why they always go to the oldest white guy to run them. Oh, wait a minute. Well, they did go to the oldest woman they could find, Hillary Clinton. And all those women, all those people, we want a woman for president. We want a woman for president. But we don't want Carly Fiorina because she's not a woman. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's... Well, when a government does something unconstitutional, because we have this constitutional in America, and I know USA Man knows this, and like I say, we have a constitution, and it doesn't say you have the freedom to assemble, you have the freedom of religion, whatever your religion is, you have the freedom of it, unless there's a pandemic or some other reason the government... No, so they can't legally stop church services. That is illegal. The only thing you can do is declare martial law, and no one's declared martial law. The governors don't declare martial law because they wouldn't be in charge of it, because that's putting the army in charge, which is Trump. And Trump hasn't declared martial law, because martial means military. So unless you're declaring a state of martial law, like they did in the South during the Civil War, you can't legally do a lot of these things. So, yeah. Now, I'm not going to any mass meetings anytime soon. I would go to a protest, especially like one in my car. I would go to that in my car and honk my horn and maybe sit and block turn my engine off and sit and block a street or something like that. But I'm not going to go to a close, proximity thing right now. I'm being a little more paranoid probably than I need to be, though, being in LA. This is one of the hot spots. Not as bad as New York, not as bad as places in Italy and whatnot, but it is still a bit of a hot spot of stuff. Much more so than, say, where my dad is in Arizona, or, pick your rural state area. It's not nearly as likely of getting it. So I know I'm being overcautious on things, but it is a real concern here, a bit more than some other places. Okay, Democrats with few stubborn exceptions. The vast majority are my ex-employees with middle class are Republicans. No judgment. Yep, that's just that's the way it is. I'm one of the few that graduated with a political science degree that was an open conservative within the department. And yes, I knew the head of the department. I still got very good grades in it, but I was just that good on political science that even the teachers, and some of them I'm sure hated my guts. Though I do know, because I did, like I say, know that, and I had him as a professor a few times, the head of the department liked me, but liked me as a foil, you know, as sort of the opposition in class, because I was public about the stuff. So yeah, I'm one of the rare ones that made it through and this was many years ago, made it through the system, being a superior strength. And what was the other one? Oh, high density. Okay, I think I got it. Superior strength is down here. No, here. No, here. Okay, we're going to keep that. And high density is here, and it's done. Okay. Oh, well, we can do the basic here. We'll do that. So there are a few exceptions, but yeah, freedom is better than security. Now, that doesn't mean, now, one thing they can do legally, it may be wrong, but legally is shut down business. Because business, oh, you have a license. And I don't know necessarily whether you can do it with a decree from the governor or mayor or whatever, or whether you really should have to pass a law to actually make it legal. But you have the requirements to have a business license. Like we, in a lot of cities in America, have aisle width requirements. Now, older businesses generally get grandfathered in, but you know how wide the aisles are in a supermarket. And they've been widened over the years to allow wheelchairs and other handicapped type access. And fine, good, you know, and I think some of the stuff they maybe go a little bit overboard on, but yeah, no, people should be able to get around that have trouble. So fine, yeah, you know, wheelchair access, that kind of stuff. So they can have licensing requirements. So you can legally shut down some businesses, but that's different than some of these other things that they're doing. And so, there's absolutely no security without freedom. Well, you can have security in jail. You know, solitary confinement, that's damn secure. I think that was sort of Truman's state, you know, concept of that. I think he said something like that. If you want absolute security, go to jail. Now, obviously, people get killed in jail just because they go out in the yard or whatever. But, you know, you get the point. Advanced education. That's too far. We'll switch it to there. And 500-pound or kilogram bomb, however much a kilogram is. And yes, I'm teasing you, European people, with your kilograms. We'll do Bombay and broadcasting. Okay. And metal 800. Yes, okay, I did adjust this, I believe. I want my family safe. I have been at home for 7 weeks now. But see, OCB, I want you to have the choice of staying at home, not the enforced requirement not to be allowed to leave your house. And so, yeah. And like I say, if you're going to declare martial law or some sort of legalized emergency, which that suspends, that it has to clearly state that we're suspending the Constitution. One of the governor of New Jersey, within a couple of days ago, New Jersey is one of the big hot spots here, and it's right outside of, you know, the state is right outside of New York City, one of the major hot spots here. He suspended religious practices, and when he was asked, how is that constitutional? How can you how is that constitutional? He said, well, that's above my pay, or I didn't think about it, and it's above my pay grade. He didn't think about the Constitution, so he's doing unconstitutional things. And so, now you can go, hey, I would rather have the state control. Okay. And people, you know, people like fascism. And know that if you're going for a fascist or a communist or a socialist or other sort of centrally controlled government. Now you can have, like we say, during the American Civil War, the Constitution was suspended. Habeas corpus and other things was suspended in the South. And in states and areas in rebellion. It specifically said that. So if you're suspending the Constitution, and it may be only limited suspension of the Constitution, maybe not all elements of it, say so and go through the method to suspend the Constitution. There are methods within the Constitution to suspend it. That is how you do it. Otherwise, you can't force people to stay in their homes in America. You can't. It's just not constitutional because you can't legally do it. And yeah, I was going to say something I shouldn't say on the internet after that. Mild dictatorship. Well, that's your right to think so. I'm a nationalist with monarch because sympathies, freedom is better than security. You can have authority and freedom. Well, yeah, sort of. Okay, we want to see if we can sell. Let's do a search based on money to see what comes to the top. Soviet Union, do you want to buy supplies? Nope, you're not buying supplies from me at least. Iran. They have a lot of money. They're selling oil to somebody, it appears. No. Saudi Arabia? You want to buy supplies? Oh, they were briefly there. Rather have a brief something than nothing. Very likely. Okay. Where is the USA on all of this? Well, let's look a little more close to home. Okay, Japan, do you want to buy? Okay, 15. Okay, so let's money. Nope, that's impossible level. There we go. That will help. I'd rather actually have, especially if we're going overseas, I literally mean through the sea. I would rather have more varied places than one big one. There was, I think, a little brief window there. No. Okay, they're not buying Yugoslavia. No. Czechoslovakia. They probably don't like us enough anymore. Oh, they do. Okay, 11. Let's. Yeah, that looks good. Especially if some of these smaller ones will stay operating. We'll go over to names, get to America to see if they can buy anything. Oh, they really can't. Okay. So they're in a massive deficit. Okay, we wanted to do entertainment shows first here. We want that over. Others, okay. Well, let's go to trade here. Okay, we're importing from the Soviet Union 23. We got 25. 17 rares from Finland. From Bulgaria. Okay. We're going to, well, let's look at fuel. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate that. Okay. Crude. Iran. Oh. Let's stop this from the Soviet Union. That will help. Oh, he's going on about the Pope now. Gotta watch Ari and the Pope. He has a fascination. He has more of an outsider's, more of a, I think, a Protestant's fascination with the Pope than other things. He runs around and pretends to be Pope Clement III at times, I believe. Yeah, favor died, and yes, we will do this. Hello, Chris. Okay, basic tutorial. I had to leave my phone for a while. Well, I think there's just the tutorial, because I don't know if the playlist that I think Arno posted for you there covers all of the tutorials as I made tutorials. The otherwise, it just go to the Playing Germany series, my last big one, Chris Stolten, and watch that, because there's a lot of detail in it, and it's not just something. It's Pope Innocent III, Great and Fourth. Totally nothing bad happened in that. Yes, of course. So, yeah, that sort of Aries fascination with the Pope, I think, comes from all that. Yeah, I understand your bad situation there, USA man. Um, Unfortunately, yeah, I'm not talking about you personally, but unfortunately, the U.S. can't have the whole world coming here. We can have some people coming here. I'm for some, and I want to stop all illegal immigration so that bad things on the way here, being like kidnapped by coyotes and things, uh, won't happen anymore. So yeah, yeah, it's worth it. I can understand, but I want to stop the illegal. I want to have it regularized. Now we can, and I want Americans to decide on how many people we should bring into the country. I may want less than some other people. I do want a steady flow. Normally, right now, I'm for shutting it down for a couple of years before opening it back up, just so that we get a handle on who's here and regularize most of the people, maybe who's here, but truly shut down any coming in new for a couple, 2-3 years, then open it back up. I'm not anti the idea. I am pro the idea of people coming here. Just I want to slow it down, have it through a system so we know who it is coming in, and then I'm all good with it. Now, that's again just my personal ideas, and they change over time because as conditions and situations change. Oh, do we still have more technology? Oh, well, let's see. We have more than enough spies, so let's lock. Oh, we have also more than enough diplomacy right now, so let's unlock research. Shift way down on that. So way down, because we're doing some trading still. Let's reduce the numbers of spies. Okay, that will now get us a lot more. Hydrophone, small warship, armament. And living in California, of course, I've known and been friends with people, shall we say, with iffy legal status here. And I don't think at least most of the people, and even Trump doesn't think most of the people that come up are bad. He's using and maybe over focusing on the bad ones to highlight, the murders and the rapists that are coming here. And so he doesn't think they're mostly bad either. And so that it just needs to be managed. That's all. Yeah, and people have different experiences. You're right. And thanks so much, Arno. You're really big help, because alt tabbing out would not be the best thing now. Okay, money for rare materials. We're losing our fuel. We're doing too much fuel out, it looks like. Well, no, now we're back up. Maybe it was just an effect hitting us. Okay, so long as our rare materials are still increasing and we're not having a major deficit. Day of the SA in North Sea. Swiss Nazis. No, thank you. Okay, and no, thank you. Mostly on trade distances and whatnot. Small trades over long range do take up more shipping than it's worth if you can find other. Oh, sorry to hear, Brett. I don't know that you heard that, but Japan. Okay, we'll take your rare materials. We've gone slightly below that. And see, our economy is expanding now. I think some of our factories may have come online. We've definitely, because remember before it was 70 some, so we've come up by at least 10, I would say, in steel, but I'm not sure if any of our factories have actually come online yet. But we're going to be growing that. Now, there are going to be events with both within Black Ice and within TRE that will add industrial centers, both heavy industry and regular industrial centers to the game. With TRE, there's definitely ones that will be adding more resources that come about as the Hermann, part of the 4-year plan of the Hermann Goering Works that was adding more and more resource extraction for Germany. Ah, thanks, IKB. Oh, biofuels. Yeah, we're talking about that. Yeah, actually, I was talking to my cousin who works for, don't think it was Shell, one of the major, as a computer guy, one of the major oil companies in Texas. And one of the things they are starting to look at a bit is biofuels from like algae or stuff grown in the oceans, which you can eat some of that stuff. It can be processed. I mean, sushi has some of the stuff sort of unprocessed on it, you know, as a garnish. But you can do some biofuels, but see, Malthus was wrong. I mean, is how you know? I mean, fundamentally, Malthus was wrong. He's the guy that was predicting, you know, mass starvation because population growth, and wars and all these other things because you couldn't feed the people. We can dynamically feed a lot more people than we are now. The biggest problem right now, overall, is not food production. The world can easily feed itself right now. The problem is, and I'm looking at Africa here primarily, is getting the food from where it's produced to where the people are, is infrastructure. You know, yeah, the famine happened. You all are mostly too young to remember it happening in Ethiopia and Somalia region. Thank you, very loud car and whatnot. Down here, and you know, millions of people were dying of famine. And yeah, we flew in some food immediately, but we could easily bring all the food into Mogadishu harbor. But Mogadishu harbor had very few cranes to move the food off the ship. So, oh shoot. So most of the food was in bags that was being hauled off the ship on people's backs, which gave local people work, being paid in food or paid in money to work. So that's good. But getting the food out to the people was the problem. Now, of course, the aid food destroyed any of the local economy growing food because it was cheaper. So if you look at that way, so food is not a problem right now for humanity. You know, getting food to humans in places may be a problem. And whether it's America or Canada or South America, because they grow a lot of food down there, if they're just pumping out all the food, they may destroy local farming economy, because cheaper, maybe better, maybe not better, but cheaper food coming in will destroy the local economy. And yeah, eventually the idea is to destroy the guy, the guy out there with a handheld hoe trying to, plant food and hand, harvest it kind of stuff. We do want to destroy that to more efficient growing things outside of, weird organic farm, living history organizations and things like that want to do it the way they did it in the past. But we want to destroy it, but we want to destroy it in such a way that it is replaced with good, local, efficient farming. Yeah, everything's logistics, IKB, absolutely. So, we don't want to destroy it without a good local replacement. So this is, a lot of times we want to destroy the horse and buggy industry because we want to have automobiles. We want that to happen. Yes, we want a few, again, custom build things, whether for movie props or rich people to have, their own horse and buggy if they want to. We want a few of that as a cultural heritage type thing to survive, but we want to destroy the industry. Fortunately, it's worked out mostly that we destroyed that and have automobiles. So we want to destroy inefficient, bad farming practices on a mass scale. But we want to have ready replacements because we don't want the people to starve. So Malthus was wrong, but you have to satisfy the idea that we need first food production for humans, then possibly whether it's stuff grown in the ocean, whether it's grown on land, however it's grown, can come in to replace some of the stuff on, or add to food production. So for energy, but I want. So this is, man, look at all that out there. Look at that. 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 Look at all of that. That's all energy. That's all hydrogen and oxygen. And when you separate the two and burn them, you get fire, which you get heat and energy. And so if we were to do hydrogen and get more efficient separation systems, the oceans can fuel us. We don't need to grow biofuel. We can have hydrogen, unlimited amounts, at least functionally, of hydrogen. Hydrogen burns. There's no global warming gases. Even if you believe that is a real serious concern, that goes away. Fuel problems go away. Hydrogen, 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 hydrogen. That's what I want us to push towards. Hydrogen. And we can also look at fusion reaction. I don't know how. I think we'll get there someday with that. I think it's quite possible. We just haven't got all of the kinks worked out. The tokamak engines can get on and be on there for milliseconds. Hydrogen cars would be great. Yes, instead of electric, you just have to store the hydrogen relatively safely. Nothing is 100% safety, but relative safety. Store the hydrogen. And we've got that taken care of. And so all these lefty loons are all going after solar, wind, electric cars that are powered by solar and wind. No, hydrogen. Hydrogen to make electricity, hydrogen to fuel cars. Hydrogen. You have to do some mechanical changes and obviously put a pressure tank to turn. You can convert most current automobiles, again with some changes, to pure hydrogen running. Most can be changed. It would be better to purpose built from scratch, a hydrogen engine car. That would be better than electrics because you don't have the electrical battery storage and the environmental damage of making all those electric batteries. But hydrogen engine cars could be right now. I don't know the cost, whether you're burning coal or you're burning solar cells to separate the hydrogen from the oxygen and separating the water. We're presuming most of it's coming from the ocean, but if Russia wants to build them from their, big rivers or whatever, wherever you want to get your water from. So you just have to convert that in there. And then most of the cars would run on hydrogen. The biggest problem right now is not the technology of putting it in the car. It's the infrastructure. It goes back to logistics of IKB. Everything is infrastructure. So they would need gas stations. Now gas, not as in gasoline, but gas as in hydrogen gas stations everywhere so that you can quickly fill. And you need to, just have something that instead of putting a nozzle in that pours liquid, you just have something that goes lock, click on, that's a high pressure connection and puts the hydrogen into the car. And relatively safely, you don't go too big on the tanks for most of the vehicles. You can have bigger vehicles that have tanks sort of at the center, at the heart of the vehicle, where they won't be crushed too much. So you don't have too many hydrogen, they're not hydrogen bombs like in the hydrogen enhanced nuclear bombs. But yeah, you don't have too much of those kinds of things going on. And so, yeah, there are downsides and considerations. I'm not saying this is without cost, but this is, in my opinion, the best. Well, let's look a little more escorts. We're going to be doing some escorts. Okay, well, maybe not so much. Well, let's go with fire control computer. Help that out a little bit. Brazilian Railway commissioned the British Railways to help them develop an ethanol-powered locomotive. It worked, but they couldn't find fuel additives that would make the fuel unpalatable, so the workers would not drink it. Yeah, you do have that as a concern. Okay, advanced training centers, very nice. Spearhead doctrine. Thank you for giving us the hints here, because it's down here somewhere. Here. Okay. Operations. Well, let's do artillery training. We need to get some of that going as well. Great. Fuel for some money. Good. We want that. We want a little more rare materials incoming. Advanced training officer recruitment down, because it takes longer to train the officer recruits, as I would understand it. Okay, let's also here come back to here. Let's reduce spying. We haven't been doing any spying. Oh, well, actually, let's, because we're still at 74 there, let's move this down to, let's go to 0 and just sort of wait until we see that go substantially down from 99. Yeah, let's do that. Runs on coal. Well, yeah, I would say so. Well, I'm sure. I don't know how much they ran them on coal. There are steam engine automobiles. That's how you run it on coal. Or, of course, you are liquefying. Germany ran lots of tanks and other things on coal. They liquefied the coal and turned it into gasoline. That's where the Brabag events are covering that within TRE. So yeah, you can convert coal to gasoline, liquefy it, and because coal is just basically there's other impurities and other things, and there's lignite and I forget. There's several different types. I remember reading about the stuff. Several different types of coal that have different impurities, but at one level or another, it's just basically solidified oil. At one level. Again, if some of you chemists or whatever want to dispute me, I'm sure you can, but on a sort of fundamental level, it's just solidified oil. So you can liquefy coal and then process it to gasoline, so that's cars running on coal. Or you can look early on in some of the automobile developments, you were looking at steam engines to run cars, steamers. Jay Leno, a former talk show host here in America, he has like an old steam car. Now you can run it on wood, you can run it on coal directly to burn that. Obviously, that's not very efficient. But yeah, you can do that. And they actually were in the early days of automobiles testing natural or coal gas. That's also running. I guess coal gas would also be running it on coal, because in the 19th century, gas lighting was town lighting or town gas or coal gas. What they would do is they would burn coal, and burning coal, and we'll get into some of this later on because we do cover this as well. You burn coal, it puts off a gas that then can be run through pipes and then burnt itself. And so that they would hook, early on, they would hook the automobile up to a gas outlet. It wasn't under much of a pressure, I don't think, so they didn't run very long because the whole system isn't under much pressure, so you don't have a high pressure situation there. But so that you can run it on, but the car could run on natural or other gas, probably hydrogen as well. I don't know, but probably that type of thing. Run it on a gas combustion, internal combustion engine. You can do that as well. And so Germany used charcoal from wood. Yes, absolutely. That's right. We have events covering that coming up. And it's sort of wood gas is what is most of the stuff was done with wood. But yes, and that is a lot of what's going on. Seaport capabilities, very good. Max Spelling is champions. We are the champions, or at least he is, yes. National decisions, yes, we will do Seaport. They're talking about reducing the cost, whether the length of the time of these events or the amount of the ICs or both, I don't know. I'm for reducing it a bit. And before this recent thing with all this economic stuff, I was very much trying to keep my hands off of tweaking their stuff, but they pushed me too far, too much away from what I think Third Reich events needs to be. And as you can see, I'm trying to keep at least a couple of these in red, the rest sort of in green, and not produce anything else yet. We're not going to, and we still have the overproduction of resources. And I agree, at least in concept and generally how he's doing it, penalties for Germany if you over-spam factories. I may not agree with what his levels are. I think we're about ready to hit it for 1936, so I probably can't go in and change the save game. But producing the Graf Zeppelin 2, no, I don't give you the choice on that. Intentionally, or maybe I could. The way I'd probably design it today is give you a big negative if you don't do it, popularity or some sort of thing. Because I believe that Germany should, as in mimicking historically, as well as could do it more than they did historically, expand the industry. But at some point it does become spammy and overdone, so some restrictions, some negative consequences are good. I just don't know that I agree with the level of stuff that he's doing, and I'll have to go in and look at that. And that's part of what I'm testing here. And since I'm already playing with enough of his economic events, I might as well look at that as well. Okay, I'm fine with, well, that's a little big downsizing. Okay, barely, plenty. Wanna ups? Okay, well let's see, who could we, again, let's sort by. Well, they have a surplus, they have a deficit. Oh, well, it's crude. We don't want to send them crude. Okay, because we want the crude ourselves. Republic of China, they have a little bit of a, let's see if we can convince them to. And even we're doing, now we're already getting the China effect, so that's sort of already happening. Let's see if we can, no. Okay, very likely. Let's see, how much, okay, 16, let's see if we can. Yeah, I don't want to go too big. I'd rather keep it going long term. Poland. Does Poland want more supplies by any chance? No. Britain doesn't have much money, but needs supplies and needs fuel. Let's see, will they buy either? Okay, let's see their money. Let's look and see if we can sell them fuel. That would probably be more. Oh, yeah, we'll do that. Now the U.S. I know it'll be down towards the bottom here. Let's see if we can. Okay, they've got lots of money. Let's see if we can sell them. Yes. Okay. 53. We're down 22. Let's see if we can make up a good chunk of this. I know hopefully some of those other events will, or other trades will keep us going as well. Very good. Oh God, I hope more medical advances will continue to help, continue to go as well. That would be wonderful. Okay, good. We're now on the positive. Oh, that's good. Enjoy the show. Okay, 2,000 money. Again, see, this is something, you know. Yeah, I just disagree with their money thing here. I wouldn't disagree here with 2,000 supplies. You know, I'm not saying that these effects should be, you know, without cost. That is not what I'm complaining. Political indoctrination, which I think is, no, it's maybe down here. Which I'm not against. It's not that I'm trying to, oh, this should be easy. No. Give them money for rare materials. Okay. Chile. No, we just had that big hit to the money. So no. Battleship Bismarck. Now this should be a lot of metal. Okay, we can afford that now. Because yeah, they made the Bismarck out of metal. It wasn't clay. Money for rare materials. Okay, only because you're buying all of our. Okay, so we moved from small entertainment shows to big, so 4%, which will also get us more money, which is good. And sure, punk doctrine has advanced. Okay, that I think is one of these here, and then now we're at 36, so we'll continue that. No, we're trying to build back up to 2,000 plus. And just think if we had that you go below 2,000 thing that hits, we would be in serious problems right now with that. Stefan Lux kills himself. Return manpower back to the pool. Oh, let's look and make sure I don't have a lot of air bases. No, or something that needed. Okay, good. I'm not sure about Japan and nickel shortages. Just don't remember right offhand. Very well could be. I don't need more conscription right now. Yes, building manpower up is useful. Hello, General Gabriel. How you doing? Hindenburg and the Graf Zeppelin. We're building the Graf Zeppelin 2 currently as a replacement. Good to hear. Okay, Secretary of Public Information, that's nice. And controllable pitch, I think that's a one and done. So let's come to here and shut that down. Let's look at aircraft. Now let's come down here and look at more artillery and direct fire training as replacements to those. The July Agreement here, allowing the Nazis to officially exist again in Austria. Okay, IKB, good to know. And this is one thing that, you know, steel is a product, not a resource. Iron is a resource. Refined iron is, yes, something of a product, but it is more of a, it's more dependent, I would say at least, and IKB or somebody can correct me if they want to, but is more dependent upon mining and, you know, the resource deposits and the mining of it. I don't think the processing, you know, refining it out is that you just heat it up enough and it's done. I mean, there's a little more to it than that, but not a lot. But steel at its core is iron plus coal heated appropriately through the process to create steel. Now, to create differing steels, whether it's spring steels or armored steels or whatnot, you're often getting into other impurities like nickel, like tungsten, like copper and other stuff to deal with it. So you have it's much more of a product that's processed, and so it's a bit different. So manpower is displayed, for example, for you have 1 million in Hearts of Iron 3. That doesn't happen. Yeah, this number here, I don't know. You know, you can figure out, you can come to here and click on this and see, no, it's one of the stats here, and it's one I normally don't pay that much attention to. No, it shouldn't be way down here, I don't think. Oh, pause. Okay, well, you paused it for me. Okay, well, let's go to a regular unit here. Regular brigade. Okay, strength here, that's it. It's this strength here. I think, yeah, is, I think one of the, this 9,000 equals 9 of these, is what I think this does. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but this max strength here is, that's the max that it can be. It's down a little bit now from its max, but that, and so this is its actual. So I think that the 9,000 equals, because obviously it isn't 9,000 of these, but I think it's 9 of these kind of things. So they're a little more clear, and that was part of the mission of Hearts of Iron 4, was to be a little more clear of what everything meant than in Hearts of Iron 3. Okay, steel armor casting capabilities, which is an important technology. Okay, and it's casting, not just casting a steel, but casting a steel armor, so it's hardened. Yes, we're going to send these overseas, and since these are leaving the country, they cost money and not supplies. Gewehr 41 in the picture? Oh, you're up here? No, what are you talking? I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know what you're talking about right now. I either saw it and didn't pay attention to it or don't. Okay, no longer receive money for fuel. Oh, that won't be nice. They get married. Congratulations. She flies. Yes, cool. Spanish Civil War intervention. Yes. You showed the stats of the infantry. Oh, yeah, they're Gewehr 41. Yeah, don't. These are nice pictures, and the real thing here is the number 3. I think Oh, is that? I think that's the Walter, or is that the Mauser? It has the external cocking bolt on it. But yeah, pictures don't necessarily relate entirely with things. I have other hills to die on, shall we say. Okay, we're losing too much. We need to see if we can sell more supplies to the US. And I would rather have not necessarily small, these aren't small trades, but more smaller than like one big 50 or whatever. Just less likely to get canceled, or if one gets canceled. Okay, no, we want to come here. Okay, yeah, 38. We want to stop that. Oh, well, we're going to stop that as well. We're mostly trying not to do 37 technologies right now. Well, let's do nav tactics and nav strike tactics. Well, the magazines are all fixed and internal. There was no detachable magazine for the Gewehr 98 or Karabiner 98. There were extended magazines, mostly for trench guns, that were sort of sniper mounted in a rack kind of thing, not so much that soldiers carried, that extended out the bottom, but those were still multiple stripper clip loading situations. So yeah, they have a internal box magazine, non-detaching, or like I say, few rare models that have extended magazines, but they don't. You know, you can use a tool to take them out if you want to take them apart, but they're not swapping to load them. And the Germans, with their detachable box magazines, I think most of them still had a stripper clip. Okay, Abyssinian War is over. A stripper clip loading system on the top, and most of the photos I've seen are the guys carrying them carry one with the gun and have a pouch that has two, one sort of joint pouch that can hold 2 mags. So they have like 3 mags for the gun of 10 rounds, I think, is what most of the the Gewehr 41s, the Kar 43s use. And so they're 10 rounds, and so there's 30 rounds, and then they got to reload with stripper clips into those magazines. So they weren't quite the modern keep reloading, swapping mags. So it's just a few mags. They quite didn't, and I don't know if it was I don't think it was a production shortage. I think it was just a tactical idea that it wasn't to like spam out huge amounts of bullets. It was for a quick action, a quick close action that you needed, lots of shots, but then slow down, reload, because again, gets back to IKB logistics. If you're just constantly firing magazine after magazine after magazine of ammo, you're going to run out of your supply depots. And since most of your troops are still using horse-drawn wagons to move a lot of your supplies around in the German army, as the majority, Liberia, we're going to decline. Egypt, okay, we'll do that one. And so you don't, they were sort of conscious. Oh damn, that's going to run into our. We'll see the effects of that ending. So they're tactical and supply logistic features. So they did, short tactical battles. You can reload fast, but they didn't want to do too much. Because magazines cost more than stripper clips to make, but not that much. Not, it's not until you get to the Vietnam War and that's sort of ends, I think, mostly after the Vietnam War. I don't know if any current service people want to chime in. But at the Vietnam War, with their 20-round mags for the M16, those were almost thought as disposable. one use. The U.S. also sort of thought semi-disposable was the M1 carbine magazine in World War II, but because a lot of times the ammo would come in, flown in on the helicopters, in sort of loose cloth bandoliers in mags, and so you just get resupplied. You know, you'd have your mags in your pouches, but and then maybe carrying a few extra bandoliers of light cloth mags, but your resupply coming in via helicopter or whatever in the middle of firefights was coming in at ammo in mags, and so they were not collecting those magazines up after it very much. So that was a sort of a disposable mag idea at that point. Google, what I didn't. Oh, trench magazine. Yes, this sort of big extended trench magazine. Part of the problem with that is it gets sort of heavy, my understanding. Yeah, there is a weight issue there, though. With the very light M16 magazines, there isn't much of a weight, and the M1 carbine magazines are also very light, and so they're very, we're into too much. Okay, we've gotten through at least the first big set of steel production. Oh, that's, well, 86 is pretty good growth. Okay, we have not too many more stupid events that are, including, I'm not judgmental of other people's mods, including my mods, that stupid events that spam in big steel costs unnecessarily. We should probably be okay. Okay, they could use more factories. And I may push this over the quote-unquote red line of how much we should have, but I want to see, because I want to be able to, and it's partially yes I want, but it's also partially I think that early spamming out factories is both a historical reality and a historical possibility. Those are two different things. And I could discuss later in more detail. Okay. And we're going to continue our factories up the Oder River here. Rivers, especially these type of rivers, were good for barge traffic, good for hauling resources around at a very low cost. Let's put some maybe along the Elbe here, but we're doing it mostly here in the east. Okay, and we can maybe around there. It'd be easier just to move all of these down, I think. Okay, so we're producing a lot, but we're going to reduce this down, I think, because we're at rather high capacities. Okay, so refers around, I believe. They also couldn't hold as much as a clip starting out, of course. Well, clips held 5 rounds. A lot of guns, a lot of the reason, well, there's a few that carried 6, but most clips held 5 rounds. And again, if we want to say stripper clips, but clips, not all are stripper clips, but most hold 5 rounds. Or most mags hold 5 rounds. The British are a bit unique in that they had a 10 round detachable, but their detachable magazine, again, was just for cleaning. They had originally thought to maybe issue a second mag for mag swaps, but that never happened. It was just sort of a theory, and it was sort of there with their Enfield rifles, but it was really more of a detachable magazine for cleaning purposes than a detachable magazine for swapping out purposes. And it wasn't until really the M1 Garand, or Garand, that you have the 8 round magazine that used an N block clip. Well, are there still World War II weapons? I don't know how many World War II weapons. There's a lot of World War I weapons that are still being used. The U.S. still uses the M2 50 caliber heavy barrel, which is a World War I weapon. Well, 1920. I mean, it was developed during World War I, and not. I guess it's the model 1921 is the water cooled one. So that's sort of a World War I weapon. The 50 cal machine gun, that's still in operation. I don't know if you would consider the 1911 still in operation, not in the U.S. Army anymore, but or any of the services. I think maybe the Navy. I don't know. Navy's sort of lagging on some of that stuff because they don't use much of it. And I don't know, but I'm thinking, frontline use, not as some around, because my 5 1911s are based on World War I weapons. Yes. Well, actually, my dad has a 1911 and a 1911A1. So the 11 is made by Colt during World War I. The other one was made during World War II, the A1. And yeah, there's still a lot of that. Now, I own a bunch of World War I and World War II weapons, but I think he was talking about still in use as in the armies. And you definitely still have things like reserve units in India using Enfield rifles, and police units using Enfield rifles, the bolt action stuff in India today. But frontline use, we still use the M2 50 cal machine gun, and that is a World War I. The Enfield rifles and most of the Gatma rifles. Yeah, okay, Afghanistan. Yeah, the various tribal people, most assuredly, but I don't know if that's significantly different than America. They just actually shoot at each other more than Americans shoot at each other with them. But I was, again, taking modern frontline service. So, yeah, the 50 cal is one of the longest, and I remember to come down. I'm remembering this time with these to the top. Oh, yeah. And the only thing, and I don't know that the U.S. has done it yet, is the major update to it is the Belgians did a quick change barrel for it, for their version of production. Yeah, she flies to 3 continents in a day. We'll talk about there, what to do. We shall break the reg, yes. Manpower, supplies, money, fuel, that all sounds good. We'll get the manpower back later. They'll get a unit. Okay, that took a lot of our money out. Okay, and this again is why I didn't like that. Go below 2,000 BS. These events happen. And money for foreign stuff, again, I'm all for. Now, okay, the US, can we sell? Yes, good. How much? Okay, they have 42. We're down by 14. Money, so let's come in. Let's see if we can actually get, well, let's see if they'll do the 50 for 18. Good. Oh, well, yeah, now the bullets, yes. 30-06 is not commonly used in any military that I know of anymore. 303, again, if India is still used, but they may have converted them to 308. I don't know. So 303 is mostly not used. Most of the other ones, I think it's mostly the Russians that are still using the World War I or pre-World War I Mosin Nagant round, the 7.62 by 54R. That R stands for rimmed. Yes, NSKK, traffic police. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. And we're going to reorganize the war ministry, because if we get a -1, we don't care right now. Our 45 caliber, of course, and pistol calibers are, generally speaking, I got to change the text on it at some point, but Coca-Cola was a sponsor of the Olympics, and that is first time being shown the new graphic that I did, got rid of the old incorrect one for Coca-Cola for the Summer Games that I made. I think both informative and colorful and looking good. Meets my requirements for that kind of stuff. Okay, let's look. Okay, we're still just producing factories at this moment and a little bit of steel. Yeah, it's very close to an M1 Garand. You're absolutely right, and it is more of a change than just adding a detachable box magazine. Italy did their BM59 was an M1 Garand, as I say it. Garand is becoming more popular, which is actually I guess how you pronounce the guy's name. And it's not Grand; it's either Garand or Garand, but because there's a Garand. The BM59 in Italy was just basically a box magazine set up for the 50 cal, yeah. But 9mm Parabellum, 45, 32 ACP was commonly used in World War I and II. 380 ACP again used in World War I and II. I don't know why Germany was requesting Walter PP pistols. Those are bigger than, they're very similar to, they're basically a full-size PPK that you're all familiar with from James Bond. Why they were asking for them in 32 during the war and not 380? Because it can be built in either one and it doesn't change the external size of the gun, whichever caliber you make. It's just the barrel and a few other internal things. Either the same size for the 32 or the 380, but they picked the Luft, or whoever was buying them was picking 32 caliber. They call it what, 7.65 or whatever it is in the millimeters. Okay, we would give them money for rare materials. Now we're trying to build up more. I'm going to accept the deficit of rare materials because I want to get up there for more money. Now let's come over to here. Yeah, okay, we're good. Silver medal, and I don't know who got the golden sculpture, but he got silver medal and sculpture. Yes, the Bonhoeffer, he should be remembered. Rare materials. Oh, again, no. Oh, they wanted fuel, I think. Damn, I messed that up. Well, I messed that up. Well, maybe I can do it more manually. Okay, yes, we want to. They've got lots of money, so well, let's go 50 fuel or 30 fuel. Yeah, good. Well, the larger the number, the bigger here, because it's 32.32 of an inch, or it's 0.38 of an inch, or 45 is 0.45. You know, so 45 is just under half an inch. 50 caliber is half an inch. So 32 is a smaller bullet than 380. 38 or 380 is 9mm, and it's I think it's 7.65mm for the 32. And we just say 380, 38, and 9mm to differentiate different chamberings of the same diameter bullet, because they're the diameter of the bullet. I'm curious about the new. I don't know much. The Chinese are starting to show. Yeah, there's new works of bullets. I've read a little bit about them. I just can't say that I know much about them to talk intelligently on the subject. I'd rather just admit that than try to BS people. Where some of this stuff, I've worked in the firearms industry, and I may obviously, yeah, because I'm just going from memory, slip up here, but I really do know a lot about small arms of various types and their historical use. So not the world's greatest expert or anything like that, but I do know a lot. Okay, yeah, the AK-74, they use what, 5.45, I think it is. That one I've never really played around with, so I don't remember. Trade with Siam, money, how big of money we're coming in. Okay, we'll accept that. It was their attempt to mimic the 5.56 of the US. If your enemy's doing it, it must be good, so we've got to do something similar to the enemies. And that's really not taken off outside of the Soviet Union, to my knowledge. I don't know of many major, like China and some of these other nations did do runs of productions of guns in that caliber. Yes, we'll support the SDP, but I don't think there's been a replacement adoptions, you know, replacing 7.62 by 39. How far down are we? How much do we have? No. Let's see if we can get the Soviets to do you have rare materials, Soviet Union? Yes. See if we can buy from them. Just so that we get a start getting some of our links. Money 11, yeah. Instead of coming over the ocean, we get it that so until we're at war with the Soviet Union, we have safe trade with them. Hello, 09 Jacko, how you doing today? Yes, we will support the Swiss Nazis, money and supplies. Again, this is why I like to have more than 2,000, because we do have external costs that I consider appropriate for money to be spent on. Spain, yes, you can have most anything you want, because I want you to defeat the commies there. Now this playthrough, we're not going to get that far. I think this is under artillery, yes. But there's both upside and downside for at least me playing as Germany when it comes to Spain, and whether the nationalists win or lose. Capital Ship Raiders will do that. If the nationalists win, just because I want to play somewhat historically, as Germany, I'm not going to invade Spain. So that means, well, might mean the savior. Now, if I can get Germany into the Axis, that's a different matter. Those are different than not invading. But if I can invade, I'm not going to invade if I could. Might make it harder to get Gibraltar in. And whether I want Japan or Spain into the war or not, that's a different question than just in the Axis. Now, if they go socialist or Republican Spain or whatever you want to call it, then I probably will invade. Now, that means more conquests coming down here, but also means more areas to... Now, I could go to puppet it. That would be an option. But, you know, and turn it into effectively into nationalist Spain, but I don't know if they win. So, but we're going to try to have them defeated. Okay, submarine, long range, which is grayed out, which is good, and these torpedo tubes and everything are much later than we're currently researching. So we're going to keep this somewhat naval, I hope. Okay. I don't know how much we should. Capital ship screws. Some of these things on some of these ships will sort of upgrade through the normal upgrade process. Like fire control, that will do through the normal upgrade process. Some, and they've added more stuff like screws and I don't know, hole shape optimization and some of these other things. But I believe that to get the ship upgraded, you need to send it back through the production cycle to get that upgraded. So I generally tend to avoid that. Well, we'll do this. Avoid doing that. Yeah, 545 by 39 specific. Thanks, USA man. Yes, very different bullets being shot. Hey, frog leggers, how you doing? Invader puppet, why so aggressive? You're a warmonger. Well, of course, we're Germany. We're more warmongers. We want to stamp out international socialism. while preserving National Socialism. We'll give them money for rare materials. No, we'll just take your rare materials when we invade you later on. We'll no longer receive money for fuel. Okay, good thing we didn't go and spend too much of that. Looks like I just saw a flash of some factories being deployed, or was it steel? No, we still got a few steel. Okay, yeah. More into production. Yeah, let's come in this way here before that all happens. Just keep it in the again, focus. It's all right to spread them out from the focused ones, so long as you are maxing out your production in heavy industrial focus centers. I'll move that one up to the top, but otherwise that's all good. Okay. Okay, where is this? Dusseldorf and some other place with a D. Dortmund, probably, yes. We'll add there, and Dusseldorf. Yeah, why pocket? What is a pocket? A pocket battleship is sort of a big armored cruiser, or an armored cruiser with battleship scale guns, and they broke the treaties even with those, but they claimed they didn't, as in displacement size. I keep forgetting. Okay, armor 2, okay. And at this point, 36, of course, they've renounced some of the Treaty of Versailles, like occupying the Rhineland, but they hadn't fully gone, hey, yeah, we're building big battleships that, you know, break the treaties or whatever. They hadn't quite done all of that yet. You give them money for rare materials. Okay, we have the money and we'll support you, Japan. That'll help you out. Incendiary bombs, nice. Nope, we're trying to build our money back up. Italy. Oh, you want energy? Okay, even a small one, we'll do that. Yeah, and you know, pocket battleships for Germany is a good idea, because Germany, as you can see, is mostly a landlocked nation. Germany has most of its major threats are share contiguous land at this time. Now, once you conquer everything, if you ever did, then yes, your threats become Britain and America, and a navy will help there. But you're probably, even with all of that, until you really get to, you know, defeat the Soviet Union and change all your focuses, you're probably not going to build a navy that's going to defeat Britain or what America could do, even as sort of at the time with its older battleships that get sunk at Pearl Harbor. You're probably not going to defeat that, but you can make Britain worry about your navy. You can, whether it's commerce raiding like they did, you know, out with them, or just simply having some battleships just so they have to have a home fleet sitting back here worrying about them. So you want to build a fleet that is something they have to worry about, but you don't want to spend too much money on it. So I do think the pocket battleship for Germany is a good idea. You know, it isn't going to win you the conquest of the seas, but it makes your enemies worry more about that than, say, building tanks to drive into your country. Okay, Romania. What do they? We give them energy, absolutely, and we also want to. Well, let's do some looking for. Where is fire ship control here? Fire control here. Well, maybe it's just Dual purpose guns, we'll do that. I don't know if that needs something to be upgraded through the factory or if it will just upgrade naturally. I just don't know, but maybe. Okay, fire control computers, we'll do some of those, and damage control. Those will just the natural upgrades, which I'm good with. Twin engine bomb bay advance. And of course, my naval strategy as playing Hearts of Iron 3 or 4 is avoidance of naval battles. So, what was that again? Boy, I'm talking about too many. Oh, engines. Twin engine aircraft bomber here. See, I remembered. I'm not entirely Joe Biden'd out. Okay, well, I don't know how much we're going to do 4-engine airplanes. Yeah, we'll start doing some of the twin engine research here. Because we do want good twin engine models. Yeah, it's trying to keep track of all that I'm talking about and following along with you guys and trying to play. And what was that I'm going in for a tech change to check on stuff. And some of it is new, their new format, which I'm not, again, I really love a lot of, air launch torpedoes. Yeah, that's one to get. Yes, that's one to get. But we also want to get here, which is here, these. So let's do holes first. They take the same length of time, either one. Der SA Fuhrer magazine, air bases, we're building those. Let's make sure we move those to the top, and any other ones we may have forgotten. Yeah, I think Japan, we sort of kind of thought we had taught a lesson to Germany in World War I. Don't, try to take on the world. Well, they didn't learn that lesson. We had to teach them again in World War II, at least by conquering it. Now Germany, now that they're united, they're trying to take over economically and politically with the EU, in my opinion. Addis Ababa, I guess is what that's supposed to be, though. That's a misspelling from, unless it's some other place. Expecting 2 B's. Massacre attempted, Field Marshal Graziani, 2 young Eritreans named. Oh, no. Oh, maybe this is a different place. 2 young Eritreans throw a handful of grenades to kill the Supreme Governor. Okay. Why is it Eritreans and he's Addis Ababa? I think that is because he's the governor down here. I don't know. I'll read this when we go through the event more. That's also something that might get me demonetized if I start talking too much about it. Money for no. I know, but we're not going to do it with you. So Germany's trying to gain more power and influence politically and economically instead of through panzers and aircraft. And okay, that's legit, because the U.S. is, I'm saying it's legit because I think it's legit because Greece doesn't have to take German loans and then try to repay them. No one has to buy German products, so unless they start forcing that in the EU, then that would be bad. But no one is really, because we see Britain leaving, no one's forced to join the EU. So that's voluntary economic, political type power, fine. The U.S. does it too. I'm all good with it. I don't always agree with the policies of either whether it's my nation or some other nation, but that's all good stuff. I think Japan has learned its lesson that it's not going to try to build an empire. I hope. They have always maintained a fairly large armed forces as their defense forces. Well, in the post MacArthur era, once he's done being shogun of Japan, because that's functionally what he was. Once he's done with that, Japan has maintained a pretty strong army and navy, but it has been very sort of close to home based. I think they're starting to realize, because they do have, see, nations have strategic interests. Now, Japan, along with Hitler and others, for various reasons, some economic philosophies, some, thanks for following, do appreciate that. Some ideological based, there's various reasons for it, felt they needed to actually physically control territories. You know, as in whether you're creating puppet states like Manchukuo or direct control. Now, that is not the case. That is not the best way. Especially if you're talking about culturally different. Now, you know, Koreans are, yeah, culturally more similar to Japanese than Koreans are to culturally similar to French people, you know. So, but there are significant differences. So, you know, uniting Japan, uniting Germany, okay, those are valuable things. And, you know, Germany reunited after, you know, the Cold War was over. And so, but Japan does have interest, because it isn't going to, you know, if we, as earlier talking about hydrogen, yeah, it has enough, if it starts developing hydrogen fuel, it has access to enough hydrogen. But it may not have access to enough, I don't know, iron or steel or however you want to deal with it. And so it may need to keep the trade lanes open, the sea lanes. And so it needs maybe a longer, you know, legged navy, you know, the idea of maybe having aircraft carriers or something like that. And so long as we don't see Japan feeling that it needs to invade everywhere, I'm good nowadays, because even if they bring back some of the how often do I stream? I stream mostly Saturdays and Sundays. Periodically, I stream. Coming up this week, it's going to be Thursday for Slitherine, and a few other random times. So yes, if everybody wants to follow it. Of course, I have my YouTube channel. You can scroll down on the Twitch page and see my link to YouTube. I'm also streaming there live right now as well. So follow. Subscribe, whatever. So yes, so you know, you need to be able to keep the sea lanes open, and China is becoming more of a worry about that. And so I'm in favor of it. And I was going to say, some of the Japanese samurai spirit is still left and coming back a little bit, and I'm not really worried that they're going to try to take over the government and have a coup like they did in the past. Either try and or did at different elements during the 20s and 30s. So, yeah, and even a little attempt after World War II, I think, at some point. So I'm not worried. And we're not going to stop the stream at all. We're going to keep going, but I'm going to stop this episode for YouTube. Again, thanks to everyone who watched. Do hope you follow, subscribe, like the videos. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Yes, and we are going to continue with this. Not going anywhere. So you don't need to leave unless you have something you got to go do. Just saving, just in case something goes wrong. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna grab a Coke. I'll be right back. Be back in just a moment. Hello, the Jackal. How you doing? Yes, I've gotten rid of most of that problems, at least so far that I'm finding. and so I'm hoping this will work well. I don't know if they're going to be pleased with me, but they're often not pleased with me, so I'll live with it. Okay, let's start another episode here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing playtest of Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice with Third Reich events. Excuse me. And we're looking at to see how the economic changes that I've made to revert back to more of an earlier version of Black Ice, if you will, and how it intermixes with Third Reich events. So far, other than because I was alt-tabbing in and out, I believe, we have not had any crashes or major bugs, so that's all working good. Well, I would say the Emperor of Japan never had total power. In fact, that was part of the problem in Japan. And I talk a lot about USA Man. Maybe you watched it, my series that I was playing as Japan. Money, rare materials, no. We're going to decline this because they're going to stockpile those rare materials, and when we conquer the Netherlands, we'll just take that. Then we give them money. Okay, that's a little bit of money. Okay. But what I want to see if they're doing is, can we buy another set of rare materials from... Buy rare materials from Russia. Not a lot, just a little, just to get us in the positive, keep us positive in our trading imbalance. Yeah, and I don't think most Japanese to this day think that he's a god emperor of some sort. They had that belief, and I would say a lot of Japanese still believe that mythology as actual fact at the time of World War II, because a lot of the Japanese populace wasn't very well educated, shall we say. So a lot of them believed what we might think of as primitive beliefs. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that still believe, and I'm even talking to people that believe sort of in Shintoism, but to me, a lot of those, hey, I'm descended from, Zeus or something, and actually believe that you're descended from a Greek or Roman god or something. If you still believe that today, I have a little bit of problems with your understanding of how the world works. Not just that you have different religious beliefs than I do, but that there's actual God and you're somehow descended from him. You're not there. You might believe there's a God, that there's gods other than the standard Christian/Jewish God. That's one thing. But you're actually that you or somebody else is actually descended from them. I've got a problem with that. Okay, small warship ASW. Okay, yeah, that's 39. That's way too far ahead. I've got little problems with people who believe that they're descendants of actual... Oh, what else is bad? Oh, I thought I stopped that. No, I guess I didn't. There we go. Probably clicked it one too many times. Well, there's pagans, and that's one thing if you believe in paganism that there are other gods or gods. Okay. That's your right to believe. I mean, it's your right to believe whatever, but if you actually believe that somebody is an actual descendant of a god, yeah. Oh, I've been told that I'm a descendant of Adonis. Yeah, and I know you were just kidding even before I read that, or you said that. Yeah. Let's look at, what is it? Oh, is it? No, that's, oh, I forget which one was that? We can look here. Oh, cavalry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's we still want cavalry exploitation to continue. One more level of it. Well, yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah, a lot of people believe that. Boy, I wasn't thinking of that one coming. Actually, yeah, they believe in that. Well, I believe in Jesus. I don't believe Jesus was God. in that sense. So there's a little, yeah, I wasn't quite seeing that one coming. See, well, I don't believe Jesus was God. I'm not going to go too detail into my thoughts have changed on that over time as I think about it. I do believe he is at minimum divinely inspired. So yeah, but I am not. I don't believe in the Nicene Creed and the Holy Trinity. I don't know where they get that Holy Ghost thing from, but yeah. As you can tell, I have sort of thought about some of this, but I didn't quite see that. But then again, no one else is running around today claiming that they're descended from Jesus. At least I hope not. Yeah, I know the whole Merovingian Empire and kings and all that stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, do we have more capital? Yeah, we'll do capital damage control. Keep our ships from sinking that get shot. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, I'm not talking about drunk people. Not Adonis, no. I think that was, oh boy, no, it was not Euripides. It was, no, somebody else. Maybe somebody can remind me or remind the jackal. Oh, what? Yeah, Oedipus. Yes, that's it. Oedipus. That's what I was looking for. Oedipus. Yes, that's it. But he wasn't a god or anything. That was a weird sort of story. Yeah, is that they still don't recognize the. Yeah, that's part of the problem with Japan, and there's become a lots of revisionism in Japan that wants to deny that happened. Okay, so yes, the Eighth Party Congress. Yeah, I'm not even worried what you thought of me. I guess pie lamp is maybe how you pronounce that, but yeah, no, there's a lot of people, and I know people that believe Jesus is God. Nah, I'm a monotheist. I believe there's only one God, or at least one creator, God, being, thing, however you want to say it. I'm not being, by saying thing, I'm not being disrespectful. Just don't know that it has a gender, like a he or him or her or whatever. Okay, we're gonna make the offer to the Romanians to come on board with us. They say no, and it's coded. They always say no. Now, if there was a human player playing Romania, they could say yes, but the AI is programmed to say no, if you will, or the event is set up so that they say no. We'll just add that there. I think many of. Okay, well, we're going to be having to do air defend this area, so we might as well add a few more. We'll develop the Oder River a little bit more. A few more factories there. We're starting to see some more of these. Let's see, outskirts of Berlin. Just sort of like where we might do industrial development. Okay, so that will increase our industry. Let's move these to the top. Yeah, that should be good. Even though some of the ones that are more done, you want the ones that are more done to come on first, but I don't think we're going to push too deep into the. I think most recognize Jesus as, yeah, well, see, as I don't, obviously I don't know the nature of Jesus, but the idea that he is God, and there's Son of God, which if we take it sort of, I'm taking that comment sort of elastically, not literal. I don't take it as literal, like Zeus impregnating a woman. I don't quite do it that way, as in biological sense, but I do believe he is strong stuff there. And again, I can't point to a particular religion or particular thing, and I'm not going to go into details, and it change over time. But or as I think about it. But yeah, is a very important person and has, if anything, channeling God's powers as opposed to his God himself or another God. So yeah, but yeah, well, Jews they disagree on multiple levels, but some of the levels is they just believe that he's not the Messiah. Well, okay, the Romanians say no. Oh, and you instead of no. Okay, I think I got that, as in their version of Latin, referring to the Holy Trinity. Oh, I was. Yeah, well, the Holy Trinity, but there's also the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit, is depending on how you translate that. Or we give them money for rare materials. Okay. Definitely no. Okay. Trying to build up my money reserves. Yes. Okay, military police. Is that the one that's inefficient? Well, submarine crew berthing. We'll look at that too. I think military police is here. No, it's... It'll be the last one I click on, but that's just because I'm stopping looking for it. Okay, we'll stop that for now. We're not yet into 37, but we are getting close. And submarine crew berthing, that's right. We want to stop that. We're going to have our submarines relatively well developed, if not the best. I guess we want to do that. Well, we could do more research, so we might as well. Build cost, but hull strength goes up. Okay. Energy, sure, you can have some energy. No, it doesn't bring us much, but better than not having it, and we have plenty of coal. Building up our steel reserves, good. That's trickling down only a little bit. We do want to build that up more, but yes, you can have fuel. No, I don't want to do small trades, long range overseas if I can help it. If I were to deploy these, it's both good and bad. Good is that they would be upgrading to whatever the latest current element or tech that they would have. And yes, the bad element of that is that they would take up more of the upgrades. The other bad element is the larger your military force, the more consumer goods you need. Now, okay, we're just right here on the edge again. So let's expand our industry some more. Let's develop some more of the river bank here. Yes, this is just sort of more for immersion purposes that we would build, spreading it out, trying to keep it into the east along the rivers. Oh, we could put some over here. If the Soviet Union is either heavily bombing us or invading our territories, we're in so much hurt already. It doesn't really matter anymore. Now let's move all these down because I do want them sort of at the bottom, where we can be doing fairly well. But having Americans or British or somebody bombing us from England, that's a different matter. The Soviets generally don't have many heavy bombers. They might have a few, but okay. We'll do this, yes. And I want to see if I can sell. Well, can I sell to the Soviets? No, they don't want to buy that. Soviet Union, no. Okay, let's USA. They don't have money right now. Well, who has money that we might be able to sell to? I know they don't need it, but do they want to buy it? Sometimes, if they don't have too much, they'd be willing to buy just to stockpile because they have excess money. Well, can we buy them or sell them? No. Try the Soviet Union. Hungary. Okay, they have money. They need some supplies. Can we sell them a little bit? No. Okay, maybe that wasn't. Well, let's see if Canada. Oh, very likely. Okay, good. Okay, they got 13. They need 3. So, well, let's do this. We'll see if they'll buy some. See if the Dutch will buy some of our products. Okay, good. Okay, they're they got 11. How much do they need? Oh, a lot. Okay. Nope, that's too much. Yeah. Come down. Let's go to 10.85. Yes. Okay, hopefully that will be good. Oh, I can't imagine right now them even. I think one of the biggest insider Democratic war room trying to figure stuff out is how do we turn down what excuse do we use to turn down any sort of debate with Trump and Biden? I can't imagine them letting that happen. I may be wrong, but I can't imagine them letting it happen. Oh, they're going to go mental, and I think he's going to win. For whatever, and Trump hasn't been perfect on this pandemic thing, but nobody's been perfect, and they're often comparing Trump being bad to the perfect, not But I want to see a major world leader that's done a significantly better job than Trump on the pandemic. Not saying there isn't one, but love to hear your thoughts, anybody now or later on YouTube. If you think, I'm not talking some little country that's easier to deal with, Tibet, we just keep all foreigners out. No, well, Tibet's occupied by China. Well, Nepal or somebody like that. But, some major country that is doing significantly better as a leader. Not just the country's doing better, because sometimes it's easier to handle different countries, but Trump is doing significantly something better than Trump is doing on the pandemic. So people aren't blaming Trump for whatever he did wrong. They may acknowledge it, but they're not like upset with him for not doing perfect on that. So the bad economy that's coming, that's already here and is going to get worse, is not going to be blamed on Trump, because normally if you have a bad economy, the president doesn't win re-election. That's normal in the US politics. But now no one is going to blame Trump's policies for the bad economy. They might blame some people, but they're not going to be blaming him on it. Okay, infiltration tactics. Okay, stormtrooper tactics advance, and that's under Blitzkrieg, I think. Okay, we're going to let that continue, but that will open up infiltration. And that, but infiltration we will do. Okay, special treatment steel has advanced. And that's the one under capital ships 2. Capital ships 2. Special treatment steel, we'll stop that. We'll move, in essence, move this down here to do infiltration tactics. And yes, we'll do that, industrial zone. No, Hillary Clinton isn't going to come back. I just don't think that's happening. I don't know what's going to happen because mental states or other physical, you know, Trump could die of a heart attack. I mean, you know, especially people of that age, resource shortage, ship armor production. Oh God. Okay. All resource shortage, ship armor production. What the hell resource am I short of that's causing this? This is, you know, I like some of the design philosophies of Hearts of Iron 4. One of their philosophies is things like this will be clear to the player. Like coming up and saying, because your steel is less than, you know, 20,000 or something like that, you have a resource shortage. So we know what it is, what is causing this. And so this doesn't have, this is doesn't have like more you know, text or anything telling me this is a decision. This isn't a an event. It doesn't this is not telling me what's going on. Now, if this was an event, this is why I like the decision mechanic in that we can, when we choose, we can ignore these or not do these, you know, right now or whatever, without having a big window in front of us. But I would want, because maybe I'm gonna see about, oh God, let me see about writing this down. Okay, just hold on, people, a second here while I grab a piece of paper. I want to write this down because I want to look and just see what this is. I'm not saying it's all wrong, and yes, there was a see. Okay, I can come back to that and look and see. So I'm not even against the idea of naval build speed being a bit slower for Germany, because there was some of this stuff. So this has something that's more targeted for historical in Germany. Okay, I'm more inclined to leave this. But if this is some magic number up here, I wish I would know better, and then I could know to like keep it over X or under Y or whatever. Okay. So yeah, I don't know what happened. Okay, Jacko, see you later. Good having you here. Yeah, well, see, since they blame Trump for everything, because we chose specials, oh, that could be it. I just want to look at, because I just want to look and see what's going on with that, because we did do this level 1, and I just want to see what they are. I'm not jumping the gun on saying it's terrible or bad, or I don't agree with it. I just want to know it. But see, since they blame Trump for everything, it's cold today, Trump's fault. It's hot today, it's Trump's fault. That's their problem. Not because they blame Trump for doing something wrong. It's because they blame Trump for everything wrong. So now no one believes them whenever they complain about Trump. because they've complained about everything with Trump. And nobody is that bad or wrong all the time. Even people you don't like. They even make some decisions that are good. I'm not saying you need to like Trump or like all the decisions, but he isn't the devil. He just isn't. Yeah, like they did in labor. See, this is the big thing here. Like I say, I don't know what's going to happen on the Democrat side once it gets to their whatever they have for a convention. I just don't know what's going to happen. These are the air bases coming in. We just saw flash there. And what they're going to do, whether Biden is going to be it or whether they're going to keep Biden there and just try to go for, Pete Buttigieg or somebody else as a VP pick, that he's sort of the real president. He's going to really be handling everything while, Biden is out there, smelling people's hair or whatever it is that he's going to do. Or what's going to happen. I can't tell you what's going to happen, but I really believe Trump is going to win the election. The big question is, as IKB is sort of pointing out, is what's going to happen in the Congress. When Trump got elected, because he got elected, all the Senate and the House were Republican. Because a lot of the people didn't come out and vote. A lot of the Trump supporters didn't come out and vote, and a lot of the people that really hated Trump did come out and vote. The House turned to Democrats. And some of the Senate races were lost, but the Senate is still just barely in Republican hands. Now, in this environment, if there's because 1/3 of the Senate is up at any one time. So, because it's 6 years and it's staggered. So it's not every senator's up now. It's 1/3 of them. So it depends on what senator is up in what state. In California, a Democrat will win. It's just a foregone conclusion right now. The Senate seat. I don't think there's anybody running right now, coming up for Senate. I don't think, or it's been such a non-issue. I don't remember. In California, but so it depends on where the Senate seats are up. But I don't think the Republicans are going to lose the Senate. They may even gain a seat or two. The real question is in the House, where all the seats are up every 2 years. Because Trump's on the ballot, because the Democrats have been nutty, because America's really pissed off at all the impeachment BS. The question is, will they be able to flip that back to being heavily Republican, not just barely Republican, not just sort of barely Democrat, but heavily Republican? If they do that, that's sort of the big thing. If it goes sort of like Labor happened in Britain, which I think it may, I think we'll see a Republican House again. I don't think we're going to see a Democrat Senate. I don't know that we're going to get a supermajority, as in 60 Republican senators, just because of what states are up this time, and I don't really remember exactly the details. But so I that's sort of where the questions in my mind really are, is how far Republican are things going to go? It's security units, which is improved security units, which we're stopping. Cancel that. Good. That would be yes, but yeah, they had the worst year ever. But then again, in my opinion, Labor betrayed every single thing that Labor stood for originally. It betrayed the working people in favor of non-working people. It betrayed British nationalism, or the British people in favor of non-Britons. It became the party of social elites. It became the anti-Semitic party. It just, and we're going to do, so I don't want to, well, no, let's look. I don't think we're having the crashing problem, but no, close this. Let's save it just in case we do have the crashing problem. I think I got rid of the crashing problem there. So let's save it to be on the safe side, so with just a reload time. If we do, let's look at our, okay, I think we want to do, well, there's some good ones. I think my normal is to do the education. Where is it? Where is it? Ministry, Finance, Imperial, Advanced Education. Yeah, this one. That's my normal to do. I think we might as well get the research efficiency and leadership early on to then grind through the other effects faster. So yeah, let's do that. Imperial University. That's the one we're going to do. And that's why for TRE, you have Heidelberg University photo from the time period and the time period. Okay, money, supplies, descent. Again, I'm not happy with the money, but the rest, yeah, okay. Descent really, oh, well, it really hit our money bad. Again, is why I don't like what they're doing with the money. That part of it. But part of the descent, well, let's see if we get enough descent. Okay, it's just going to go down anyways. It's just more the idea of needing to put money more back into the civilian economy. Okay. Well, you know, yes, we're going to get that. And, oh, we'll do that. Okay, we want to build this back up before we start. And that gives us more leadership before we start adding more. Trades. Okay, we're going to do, okay, air liaison. We're going to switch over to this and this. And we have a few more slots available. Okay, we want to get to unrestricted submarine warfare, so trade interdiction and okay, but those will be later. I just want to focus on, I'm not sure I want to do fighter interceptors. I know that's a decent research right now, but I just don't even know if I want to do that. I want them to be more tactical bombers or more fighter interceptors. If we can win the air war well enough, it would be better to have them as good tactical bombers. If we are losing the air warfare, they need to be able to defend themselves a little better. Okay, let's look. Yeah, I know you guys are tweeting something or chatting something. I'll get up to that in a moment. Air systems. I don't know. What are we doing? Hello, Exurgent. Good to have you here. Yeah, Corbin, he was a nightmare. Yes. What is it? How do you Key Stammer, whatever? Yeah, however you pronounce that. I don't know anything about him other than that he's finally, okay, we'll do this. Finally come out as basically the labor leader now. Hadn't heard of him before, don't know who or what he thinks about things. Not that I overly care, but yeah. I mean, just I do actually get the old idea of, hey, we represent labor, and Tories represent, you know, capital, and we're just okay. We'll do that. They're just our social group representative, whether we like their policies or not. I get that. I truly do get that, but it's, you know, gone beyond that in British politics, labor, in my opinion. And God, the liberals who used to be sort of like American Republicans, you know, free market kind of stuff, because traditionally sort of American Republicans, especially look at 19th century, you know, Abraham Lincoln and those, they would align more with the British Liberal Party than with the Conservative Party. But now they're just social justice freaks. I'm not a big fan of Tony Blair, but he was no Jeremy Corbyn. I don't think Tony Blair was a big anti-Semite. or a communist either. Yeah. And he didn't like the IRA either. I mean, just, how much can we betray Britain? Yeah, I support the IRA. Not just because he was pictured with IRA types, not just, I support, the Catholic Irish or something. No, he was like, yeah, IRA, cool. No, it's just, he was just just betray everything that I would consider labor. Now, particularly unions back in the 19th century were a good thing because working conditions were just god awful. So you needed some of that. And so I get some of, I truly do. Now, getting it to the latter part of the 20th century, I'm generally against a lot of those as in major power blocks because I think they've overgrown. Okay, we're going to start doing 1937 technology starting now. I know it's still in 36. And there's a minor penalties, but not major ones. So we will start the process with railroads or seaport. Seaport takes longer, so we'll start airports too, but we'll start that now. Yes, the KDP, we will support that, and I'll talk about some of these in more detail. I have talked about in the last series of Germany. We'll talk about them more in coming up. Yeah, so it's... I had a friend who voted in the past. She's passed now, but okay, we're no which are like money for we're no we're building back up our money reserves, and since we're not pulling down more, yeah. That's what they're sort of calling, I guess, the Corbyn people is Trotskyites. And what's really sort of, okay, this is the start of the 4-year plan. Very good. What's really sort of happened is, and it's happened in the American Democratic Party, is a combination of two aspects that have overlapped. And I know this better in America, but it also, I think, holds true in Britain. One, the Democrats and the Labor Party were trying to get as many people to support it as possible. And two, the communists and, radical socialists, whatever you want to call them, not just social welfare people. There's people that are for social welfare. That's different than, core socialists. Have found that in most Western countries, though they cannot win elections, they can get some seats somewhere, especially in a proportional representation system, because they can get 10% of the people to vote for them, or whatever the number varying at different times to vote for them. But even, in most places, they can't get much beyond 10%. So those two things have come together in that, so the Democrats and the Labor, which, labor, at least to my knowledge, and again, I'm not an expert on labor, but labor back like in World War II was not communists. They were looking out after the workers' interests, but weren't trying to nationalize all of the industry. Yes, before Margaret Thatcher denationalized a lot of industry, they had become much more communist, but labor early on isn't for, they're for things like the national healthcare system and some of it, but it wasn't like trying to nationalize everything. At least that's my understanding of labor early on. And the Democrats in America definitely were not for communist or socialism. Yeah, social welfare, and we're not talking about some of the hardcore FDR type supporters. I'm talking about the standard Democrat politician and standard Democrat voter. they're not communists, they're not socialists, but they've tried to maintain in both parties. They've to maintain their majority. They've tried to appeal to the socialists of whatever type, and the socialists have realized that if they can infiltrate and take over the Democrat and Labor parties, they can come to power. And so they're destroying both of these powers. And so, or both of these parties, I should say. And they're going to destroy both of them. And the social justice warriors, they're a whole nother mixed bag of idiocy. And what's so idiotic about it is even more is that they are the quintessential things that we want to make fun of people with. I always do this. I'm even picturing his face right now. The author, the guy who fights in who writes 1984. Orwell. Yeah. Okay. See, I'm not really having Biden moments. I just blank on these things when I try to picture the name or put the name on there. Orwell. His war is peace. Ignorance is intelligence, or whatever. Some of his, his saying things that are, you got to believe things that aren't true, trying to convince you of that. The social justice warfare. Gender. Anybody's a man. Well, who's the most hateful group in America or in the world? Nudists. Because if your gender is defined by what clothes you wear, if you're a nudist, how can you pretend to be a man? It's it's biological. So the whole so that's why social justice is just craziness. So it's going from maybe in the hey, we're getting rid of desegregation, or hey, we got to readjust some of the hiring practices of companies or governments. Okay, a lot of that's good. Now sometimes even that's going a bit too far, but that kind of social justice, okay, but it's just the idea that you are pushing unreality. And that's sort of, you got some of that in the labor, but definitely in the Lib Dems of Britain, the social justice idiocy going on there that is just, incredible. Okay, sorry, hello, Askanov. No, all industries UK were nationalized. Literally, that's not true. It took many years for that to happen, in my understanding. And now it was reversed only starting under Margaret Thatcher, for sure. And so it took a while. And as many people know, and obviously you can tell by my accent, I am not British, though I did live for about 6 months in Britain, in Scotland to be specific. So, I have, well, that's what they're saying. That's the modern USA, man, as in sex and gender. But that is not. That's the modern thing that they're trying to put. And so in a nudist camp, how can you tell whose gender anybody is? What, by their haircut? Women with short hair are really men? Men with long hair are really women? No. Gender and sex, no. And people, if they want to be transvestites, they want to dress as the opposite sex, I'm fine with that. But don't make me believe that they're men or women. They're just dressing and behaving. That's fine. They can do that. I'm not trying to go after that. But I'm not a hater here. But it's not a real thing. It's not reality. And so the whole Lib Dem stuff is just incredibly idiotic. Okay, the 4-year plan, VIAR plan. I don't know. I'm sure I'm butchering that. Okay, you want to do this. Schacht did understand markets better, but Schacht doesn't understand that we're planning to go to a world war. That's the problem. Now, what I've done is before I removed a bunch of natural resources from Germany, which I don't think that happened here. So but you want to do this, okay? This, and it's not just this event. It's not just these effects that will get removed by 1940 or under other conditions, the plus 10% ICs and things. But for whatever the costs, including metal, which we have a supply of, and lose some manpower, though, that. And so this is Schacht's that Schacht there with his eyes closed, probably just blinking as the flash went off for this photo. And there's his signature standing next to Hitler. So Schacht must go. And what this should do is put Goering in charge of the economy here as armaments minister, but that's economic, as well as, notice he's titled Hermann Goering Reichswerk HG for Hermann Goering, and Hermann Goering Oberbefehlhaber der whatever der Luftwaffe. So these are, he's taking two roles. He's still in charge of the Air Force, and he's still there. You do not want to replace him, because if he is no longer in charge here, and you know, I'm going to get rid of, I put it, that was just a test. Let's come back. I really don't think he should be here. Oh, Schacht, if we remove him, we can't bring him back. Okay, well, we're going to remove him anyways. Yeah, we're going to... no, cancel. I'm going to leave him here. Well, he's also 5% money. I'd rather have the research efficiency and bonus right now, so we're going to go over to Freck as minister. He was Minister of the Interior, as you see here. Reichsminister des Internum, which could be headed, so it's internal intelligence as opposed to external intelligence is taking priority now. That's what's going on. You don't want to replace Goering, even though he's not that good. You see his money isn't that good. But if you replace Goering, and this is what people have complained about, you lose the 4-year plan. It goes away. Oh, and I don't dare have an Indian lady on. Oh yeah, that Land O'Lakes. That's a stupid thing. I actually like Land O'Lakes products. That's a stupid thing. That was a very respectful, I think, image and marketing and tradition that they're going on, Frog Leggers. That is nutty. To start doing political party is why we never had French-style revolutions. Yeah, and you need pressure. You need social pressure of things. Now, I may not always agree with how they're doing it, all this stuff, but you need social pressure, and that is part of why you did have the one sort of civil war of Cromwell. Now, it was more religious-based, I would say, than economics-based revolt in Britain, of course, but you did have that. And since then, the British system has worked well in managing shifts and change. And so, like I was saying, I know Britain fairly well, having lived there. Now, it was many years ago now, but I'm not like a detailed expert compared to somebody like IKB or Exergen or whoever who is British and knows it better than I do. Okay, advanced education investment. I think that's here. Yes, we'll stop that. That's 1940, but that'll pop up a few more. Researchability, and we're now doing 37 technologies. So let's add in airport capabilities. Get that done, and we're getting a lot with 42 possible now. Railroad and road network. Armor foraging. Okay, we'll try that. Especially when we're not at war, we're not fighting anybody. I want to focus on infrastructure. I'm an infrastructure first type person. Let's come down here. So tactical infrastructure, if you will, meaning basic doctrines. We'll do those first, get through some of them. Don't know if these are any more exclusive, mutually exclusive like they had been. We'll see. Okay, we've got barely one factor left. Let's start infantry unit training. Okay. Makes schoolwork easy. Okay, motorbike guy on lockdown gamer. Yeah, well, our lockdown here is quite honestly not as severe as some other places. as we were talking about earlier. Definitely businesses, say like convention centers, are shut down. So there's no, concerts going on, big conventions or anything like that that would draw lots of people in close together. I am self-isolating under my own desire, probably more than is necessary, but I'm deciding that I'm a gamer. I don't have to go out. Yeah, actually went out Thursday grocery shopping, but beyond that, I'm not going out. Really? Oh, my garage is not attached to my apartment, so yeah, I'll go out to that and whatnot, and I'll walk around the block actually a few times and get out a little bit. But I'm staying well away from other people and touching other things as much as possible. Meaning, I wore rubber gloves as well as a face mask to go to the grocery store here. But other than that, there's not a lot of real like shutdown here like there are in some states. I mean, some of the states they're doing more, and the beaches may be closed, but they close the beaches even just because there's too much pollution in the water here. So some of the stuff isn't civil liberties based. It's more of other stuff. Basically, because, and again, those are sort of business licenses, so they can close businesses because you have a business license to operate. So yeah, if they're really trying, and a lot of the restaurants, and when I went to shopping, one of the restaurant bars had a big sign out, margaritas, for either pickup or delivery. So if you're wanting enough margaritas, they'll deliver them to your house, mixed margaritas, or you can drive by and pick them up. So like coffee shops are closed, but if they can do like curbside delivery, and they'd probably want you to either phone or text in or walk up to a window or something and order the stuff. And so they are trying to do that as much as possible. So those and restaurants are trying to survive during that kind of thing. So it's that type of stuff. So actually, I would say, as it's gone down this last week, but in the previous weeks, I would say there was easily double the amount of sirens of different types I was hearing than normal. Definitely the gardeners are still paid in the apartment complex in the area, still gardening. And I would say during the day, more people out walking that I'm hearing, walking by and sort of saying hi to each other. And that's probably just because a lot of people aren't going to their works, but they're walking around the neighborhoods more, but not in large groups. So, yeah, it's in some ways similar. In some areas, it's as bad as in Britain in that the police are coming in and doing stuff. There's an interesting story in, I think it was either North or South Carolina, of, I don't know if he was an active duty chief petty officer or retired. He looked fairly old. He may have been a retired chief petty officer. He got in his full dress uniform, stuck a sign in there in the beach that says "Land of the Free" and walked into the ocean. And the law enforcement officers showed up to sort of arrest him and decided not to. And about 4 or 6 hours later, they opened the beach up. Because we have rights here in America that you don't have in Britain. So in Britain, they can, come in and enforce kinds of stuff like in Britain, because you don't have any rights in Britain where we do here. And yes, Michigan's mayor is violating the Constitution, clearly. So is New Jersey's and some others, and there will be repercussions. And my understanding is that our Attorney General is already looking at some of those repercussions that they're going to come after. And so, yeah, they're not allowed. Now there's a big difference between giving advice on what you should and shouldn't do. Hey, we don't think you should go out in public, and you don't. Okay, that's great, and I'm probably going to follow it. But once they try to enforce it and the police try to tell me, oh boy, that's bad. That is bad. Okay, superior strength. We're looking at here. Okay, we're going to let that continue. Even though we can now do a lot of other unit strengths if we wish to. All about mask. Our medical and science officers say are used. They used to say that too in America, but they've now stopped saying that. The non-medical ones are useful. They're useful, and this is, I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to tell you why they're useful. One way they're useful is that if you happen to be sick, but you don't know it yet, having a mask on means you don't project when you speak droplets from your mouth. I'm not saying like actively trying to spit on somebody, but when you're talking, and I saw some films taken from the side of somebody talking with and without a mask, and just sort of the heat coming out of the mouth and how far it's going out. Having a mask on will keep you from spreading it as likely. And two, yes, it can still penetrate through a non-medical mask. So if you're one of these high-level stuff, so if you're actively working around, close with patients that you're taking care of that have the disease, those non-medical mask type things probably will do very little good. I mean, there's still maybe some good more than no good, but are not reliable protection, I would agree with. But just in general practice, and part of that general practice is wearing that mask reminds you, don't touch your fucking face. And so that is doing non-medical masks in that way will do good for yourself and protecting yourself from this. So whether it's the NIH or the which is the National Health Institute or whatever in America, or NHS in Britain or whatever, if they say not using a mask, they're wrong. Even if you don't have it, it could still help you by reminding you not to touch your face. So they're wrong. And so there's the higher end ones that are truly protecting you. If you're literally breathing the same breath, you have your patient that's in a coma, that you're cleaning them up, you're touching them, all that kind of stuff. That's a different level of protection, and that I'm not arguing one way or another about, because I don't know, I'm not one of them, but I just know it does help. It does help on a general public, going out in public, going to a grocery store, touching things. It does help, and they're wrong to say it doesn't. One of the motivations, I believe they were using that was so that people wouldn't compete in the marketplace trying to buy them up against the medical industry trying to get a hold of them. And so, yeah, and a pair of safety goggles and all that other stuff, and you need a lot more than that, all that kind of stuff if you're actively like close up and personal to a COVID patient. So even if you're at home, somebody's sick, they don't need to be in the hospital, the whole household isn't contaminated. Maybe you put them in one room. Maybe the person who goes in and helps take care of them drops food off, whatever. If they have 2 bathrooms in the house, they just use the one. Try to internally keep it from spreading. That would be, and that's maybe very hard, and I know a lot of places don't have 2 bathrooms and they have multiple people living there. So, and yes, you can try to clean up in between, different usage. Probably an impossible task, but you could still try. But so, but if you're in and around somebody close and personal, that is different than just, hey, we're at the same store at the same hour. They touched a few things on the shelf and I touched a few things on the shelf. And they may even be the same thing. Wearing gloves and having a mask and whatever may keep me from getting sick, even though I don't have it and they did. So, yes. Okay. Let's end this episode. We're not ending the live stream. We're going for another episode. But we're going to end this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. And I love hearing from you, so please post your questions, comments, tips. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yes, we're going to continue another episode here. I know in Kentucky they made it so if a family goes out to shop, only one adult from the family can go outside the store. Well, yeah, I'm I don't know how you could do that in legality in America, but I know you could do it as a suggestion, and then as a business. See, there's business licenses, like I say, and how to modify the business license, and it may on laws and variations. But you can go simply say, hey, yeah, you're not licensed to open up now, or something like that, or whatnot. But yeah, generally having one person go in, that's a good idea. Yeah, well, hopefully things will get better. YouTube, thank you. What's Frog exactly about the mask? I've got a good mask since I do home dialysis and I wear it out in public. Yes, frog layers. So for No one has said anything so far. No one has said anything about it. Yeah, well, actually, here in California, when I went to the store, everyone was wearing some sort of mask, including one guy who simply had his T-shirt pulled up over his nose, and they had somebody out front. I think they were asked. I was wearing a mask when I went in. I think they were asking. I don't know if requiring, but asking everybody going into the grocery store to cover their mouth and nose with something. Frog layers. So that now California is different than other places, and the level of infection here is higher than other states. So especially in the LA area, it's higher. So I'm all for government voluntary asking these things, unless you're, of course, so bad that you need to put the military in charge, and then that's a different matter. Okay, let's start another. Yeah, cleaning your hands with soap. Yep, there's all that kind of stuff that really can help cumulatively affect things. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with our continuing looking at how well Third Reich Events is working with Black Ice in the new version and some of the modifications we made on it. That is what this is. We will do a proper playthrough later on. We're probably not going to even get to the war. I don't know if we're going to get much out of 36 next week. I don't know. We'll see how we do. Rome-Berlin Axis. Okay, this is the TRE version of this. I hope I removed... This is one thing I'm going to have to see if we remove properly any Black Ice versions of this. I hope. But we will see. That's part of what we're testing here. This is now the... Again... beginning of 1936. Bit of history lesson here. I think it's in January or February. I'd have to look to be sure, but right around there, Italy had been working on forming an alliance, an anti-Nazi alliance between Austria and Hungary and Italy. The Three Powers Pact, it was called. This was an anti-Nazi alliance. They signed it in Vienna, in Venice. Again, it was like January, February in 36. Okay. Hitler wants an alliance with Italy, with Mussolini. So this is the start of this path here going on. So this is not, I don't think, this is just taking down this. Now, if you want to do a world conquest as Germany, or you want to conquer Italy as Germany, don't take this. But once you take this path, you're going down it, is the way TRE is coded. I don't think there's a back out path at this point. We're back to building more ships. So, and what, hello, Lewis Cypher. Yeah, I think Lucifer. Hello, Lucifer. How you doing there? Yes, I get that. That one I do get, Lewis Cypher. What do you guys think about treatment? Oh, well, I'm not going to go into that right now. I'm not going in. I don't have it. I can't say anything intelligent on it beyond what maybe I've heard in the news, and I may be right and I may be wrong, and the news may be right and the news may be wrong. But some of that stuff I was just talking about, I know I'm right with. And again, notice I wasn't making super hard declarative, this will save you or won't save you. It was just what is. Okay, we're having too much dissent, even though we are slowly knocking it down. So what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to pump it up a little bit more to push that down fast. I just want to do that. And we're going to... it's because I know... No, that's way too big. Okay, come on. Well, just... yeah, about there maybe. Okay, we want to do that. And we're still going... I want to build most of my industry in 36 and starting in 37. And then, like I say, sort of in 37 is start moving over to... well, because we know we'll need that eventually. We'll be moving over to more production of units and aircraft and things like that. Okay. Well, I think that's as much as I want to spread all this out right now. So we'll move him to the top. But we're going to move these ships to the bottom. Well, I guess the aircraft too at the moment. Okay, so we'll have some divisions starting to get developed, I guess, right now. How are we doing with steel? Okay, so with all of the various effects, including the 4-year plan, we are starting to have good levels of steel come in. How are we doing for rare? Not terribly bad, and that is down a bit. How's our money? Okay, well, we need to build our money up before we start buying more oil. Can you help in testing? Not really at this point. I'm needing to see, I've made a couple of notes already of what I want to change. Some of it is just getting rid of overly expensive metal use that I did, that is no longer well balanced with the rest of the black ice and things. So I'm very happy to change that. Because it was meant to sort of be played with black ice. And whatnot. And so there isn't enough other stuff to do, and once I release it, and I've been talking to revolverheld a little bit, he's waiting on me because his came out first. Both of ours are very popular. Most of the players, we can either help give some money and whatnot to Spain, or not. Canaris, this is Canara, Admiral Canaris is head of that, going to be an advisor briefly in Spain, if you will. Not long term. That wasn't like staying long term, just going and having a visit and talking to the nationalists and helping with a few things, and that's all that is. Okay, defensive positions, Great War analysis. Okay, hey, we were in this Great War. How did that work out? Okay, we're going to keep that going. Yes, we will create more infantry divisions. I'm doing the full divisions. You can just do the headquarters if you want to build them out yourself. And so, and people don't want a choice because they're both, because his stuff. The only thing I don't like is, is for these units here. He does literal like bright pink for the base color and some other very German color shocking things, and makes it a little too German for me. So hopefully it will still be broken out. German graphical augmentations broken out from German gameplay augmentations. I'm all for the gameplay, and most of us don't want to choose between them. So yeah, whichever one is technically more popular, it really doesn't matter. But so they need to be made to play together. And how much are we? Okay, we're pushing that down moderately fast. Yeah, okay. So he's waiting on me to get. I already sent him an earlier copy, but I made some more changes. Okay, small warship armament. Oh, that's grayed out. Okay, I guess. Yeah, which frees up there. So and since sort of things, he's basing his sort of come in order of who's built on top of who, and because I've quite honestly insisted on not requiring another mod to be on mine, he's graciously not fighting that. So he has to wait for me to give him something, because if nothing else, there are common files I can't show you right now without jeopardizing the game a little bit, that we all have to play with. And so he takes what my common files are and then modifies them. Some of it's just adding stuff to it, so he needs to look and see what I do. And so once he gets that done, then he can do some hopefully fairly light amount of work, compatibility work, and then I think more or less, not maybe like simultaneously as instantaneously or the exact same day, but very soon after each other, once that's ready, we're going to be releasing versions of the mods, and then you guys can get in and play faster than I'm going to maybe play it, and tell me if there's any crashes, especially and identifying if there's a crash, what event or something that may have caused it. I mean, not just, oh, I had your mod and the game crashed. Thank you. Yeah, that doesn't really help. But if you can, this event happened, I clicked yes or no or something like that, and the event and it crashed, and then we could see whose event it was, whether it's mine, his, or Black Ice or somebody else, what's causing it. So crashes, of course, and of course, because I'm not going to play all the way through to whatever, my goal is 36, to just see what's going on. And I have looked past 36 to reduce some of the steel costs, metal costs, whatever you want to call it. So if you find other events that are popping up that seem unusually large amounts of metal, a battleship, a lot of metal, a concrete monument, a little metal. But if I've overused it and need to reduce it, I'd like to hear. So that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'll let you know, Exurgent, and I will, it'll be out there. I will want feedback. And right now I'm going to save this. Save game. And I want to test something out just in case that we have a problem here. Okay, I was having a problem, and when I had to hover over one of these, and I didn't know which one because it was crashing and I wasn't paying close attention, it was crashing. So we're no longer getting a crash here so far. Not over this part of it, but over to look at the effects. Now, and I don't know that I need to change anything as it is now. I would prefer to change Pact of Steel, or actually the Tripartite Pact, a little bit, but we'll see. I don't know. But so far, no crash here. No crash here. All resource shortage, tank production, build speed. Okay. Well, here we can see what this is going on. Vickers cemented armor does not have modifier trade deal. Canada does not have modifier trade deal. Does not control provenance member, does not control axis. Okay, all of the below. Okay. Okay, so this will go away if I'm reading this right. If the Axis controls some provinces. Okay, so it doesn't have to be the ammunition production resource is new to me. Metal minus 10%. Okay, well, that's not nice, but and part of this is to encourage the trade deals, but I've removed the trade deals, as you can tell from the game. So I've succeeded in getting rid of that. But they should come back and not need the trade deals once we get Nordhausen province not full. I don't know. Zinc. We have zinc. I don't know what else is here that we need to have for this resource-wise. I don't know. It's not always clear the way that is. Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten rid of the trade deals. Simply by there's an event or a decision that pops up early on, you know, here. Is it still, can we see it grayed out here? Sometimes they hang around grayed out. No, I don't see it here right now. And it says, oh, you click this, add this modifier, and then if you have this this effect, then these other things happen. I just went and changed that, so that all the stuff is still there, but it just doesn't ever show up anymore. Yeah, you don't want to tell a modder, oh no, we you know, because I was asking for a bit of a change with it, not necessarily get how to get rid of it, or can we just change it? Oh no, we're not changing it. Okay, piss off a modder, he'll just go in and mod it himself. So that's basically what happened. Okay, trade agreement with money for rare materials from, nope, we're trying to build up our money. Small warship engine has advanced. Nice. I think though we are, okay, that is grayed out because of things we don't have extra. Research, okay, and no. So trade deals are gone. I gave earlier on, and I have a special episode, those of you watching now, if you weren't watching at the beginning, I have a special episode coming out of all sort of the economics and talk, and it's a non-playing episode while I talk about all of that going on, and an economic lesson for those who don't understand economics, which is different than business. Business is different than economics. They're related to each other most assuredly, but they're not the same thing. Meaning you can have a business guy who runs great businesses but doesn't understand greater economics. And you can have a person who understands greater economics that can't run a business. They're two different things, related, like I say, but different. Okay. Okay. Mountain warfare equipment. We'll do that. Research. Okay, we have 101 percent of officers. You want to have a large, why did I click here? I don't know, because I'm just used to clicking here. A large overburden of officers, but we don't need that now, and we still have a few years to develop that. So we're going to come down here, not go too radical, but reduce that down. And we have more than 100 spies, and we have plenty of diplomats. We're also, okay, let's lock down officers. Let's reduce, and we haven't been doing spying. We'll do some spying. I normally like to do some spying, but it just, combination of this isn't a real game, just a testing thing. It hasn't been a focus. Anti-air ammunition, yes, I see that, but let's do some other 1937 technologies. So let's start airframe research for a single engine, aero engines. Okay. Yeah, we can do 4-engine transport plane, get that so we can build those. Don't know how much 4-engine research we're really going to pursue, and we can do a teeny bit more. Yeah, we'll do close air support prototype. Airmail via Zeppelin to South America helps our relations down there. No, no, no. Oh, we were going to do some spying, so let's do, well, our own country. Let's pop that. Counter-espionage up. Yeah, we could do, well, national unity is 100%. We don't need to raise that up. Let's look at politics. Okay, we can increase ours. I'll pause. So let's do ruling party support a bit. There we go. Now, if we start to see a significant drop in spies, we will then maybe start putting more in there. Let's go with United Kingdom. They may have naval techs or something we can steal. And where is tech espionage? We'll focus on that. See what we can do. Japan. Okay, that's a small enough amount. I'm still trying to build this up. Now this is just barely in a negative again because we have put more factories online. We will be doing even more, as you can see here, coming on, but we are starting now. There was a problem that they did for a while. The reason they put sort of max limits before massive economic hits here, and I'm just testing out to see if I hit them, is that if you just build, say, factories all the way till 1940, then you can speed build before the end of 41 so many divisions. And it just becomes Germany's super state, and it's ridiculous. So I agree totally with not allowing it to be ridiculous. The earliest versions were just maybe a little too restrictive. Okay, well that isn't much money, we're down. Okay, combined artillery, that's here. Okay, well. We'll let this go. We'll get to the combined arms in a moment when we get something else coming off of decline. No, we are not trying to push up more expenditures. We're trying to gain. We're going to let this go a little bit. It's a little bit in the deficit for now, obviously, the rare materials. Okay, the anti-Comintern Pact, which the idea was originally started and floated by the Hungarians, HoI, as an anti-Soviet, though they did not come into the first round of it. They, for some reason, backed out of it. I don't know whether it was Japan coming in and Japan's behavior or something, but this is basically going to be signed originally by Japan and Germany. That is them signing it. There's Ribbentrop. I forget what the Japanese guy's name was who signed it. There's a medal that Japan struck. You can tell it the swastika's not so good in that, but it was a period medal. And okay, so it will bring us closer to Japan. And I picked states that were, because we're getting closer to Japan, it's things like China, which upsets China, but also the Spanish Republic. And is Peru there? No, but the Spanish Republic and the USSR are not terribly happy by this, by us doing it. So before we sign, before the Soviet Union becomes more upset with us, can we like get a trade deal going? Oh no, no, they don't want to do that. They'll probably still sell to us, but they're not going to buy already. Okay, so we'll do this. And again, if you don't want to be allied with Japan, don't go down this path. I don't know if you can keep Japan from getting America into the war or not, but restrictions, the Bank of IS settlement. Yeah, well, we still have the Bank of International Settlements able to happen. That wasn't removed from the game. And there is a way that if it does throw you over the limit, what can happen, what you can do is, now if you go in and mod it, you have to start over again because the files are saved in the save game, unless no one's ever created a good editor. But you can come into here and drop down from war economy down to full mobilization, because it's the modified ICs, not the absolute ICs, if I'm not mistaken. So that is measured. So you could drop down to full mobilization, that drops you by 15%, or you can come down, another 15% change to a consumer products oriented thing, which you can do that. So, and so I'm going to watch 38 and 39 because I looked at the code and I forget exactly what the limits were, are the same year or same total. So you really, if you're bumping up against it already, but it's 36, 37, and 38 each have, you can get more and more ICs without bumping up against it each year. And so, but if you do go over it, ordering the aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin, yeah, we'll do that. Metal 1500, yeah, we have plenty of metal for that. And this again should be another thing that uses lots of metal. And part of the choices, do you want to do a Navy or not? We're just starting production, and yes, we'll build the air bases. The air bases are worth it because yeah, there you do have there is a cost to these, but it's cheaper than building the actual air bases. So we'll put them up there. Oh well, that, what the hell? That seems awfully good. Put it up to the top. We'll see if it modifies, because some of the things may, once these go, it may modify back down, but we'll watch that. It used to be 400, 450, and 500. Yeah, that's what it could be. I forget what it was when I was looking at the file. I don't know that we're going to go out of 436, and we'll do, see, it would grow more slowly than maybe what we're rushing right now in 36. Oh, because it used to be a heavy cruiser. Okay, okay, I really don't know the Graf Zeppelin story. Okay, returning manpower back to the pool, good, after you building the air bases. Direct fire unit training, which is pushing that too far forward, I gather. No, what is, oh, rolling artillery barrages. Again, some won't pop up because they affect too many units, and it just, if it goes too many units, it won't pop up onto the screen. Okay, well, let's look more at Air Force. We'll do fighter bomber prototypes. Improve that. There we go. Okay, have you got CAG in production for the CV? No, not yet. We'll see if we get this, because it, this is, okay, see now it's dropped all the way down to here. So yeah, we're going to move this out of production. We'll just keep that. It's more micromanage headaches, but it's worth the ICs here. And it's at 23 ICs. Yeah, we're not going to continue this right now. Because it's now jumped to September 38. Pushing through in a short time period, the practicals adjusted, is, you know, that. So it's good to have it there, and that you may need it. Okay, 140. Okay, so we have enough coal and enough steel, I think, for most of our growth. Only a little bit down there. No, because I want to get to well over 1,000. The Schwartz Corp, that's an SS newspaper. Oh, the Seidlitz, I guess, is maybe how you. Yeah, so someday we'll produce a CAG for the aircraft carrier, but I'm in no rush at this moment. I know they are a long-term build, but still. Oh, to the Prinz Eugen. Okay. We would give them money for rare materials. No, I want to go like, I'd like about 2,000, but at least I want to get to, you know, 12, 1,500, something like that before I really start doing that. And I'm willing to take these minor hits for a while to get there. Yeah, and those kind of things I was a little bit worried about. We'll give them money now. I want to keep growing, keep growing. No. Okay, we're gonna go we'll wait a little bit. That must be some hell of a fortress hex for them not to take it. Okay, now we're down to that. Okay, okay, our supplies are plenty good enough, so we're going to significantly reduce that down. It's going to put much of the other stuff. Let's... Okay, we can keep the Admiral Hipper in production once it gets there. There we go. Yep, here we come, 1937. Mentioning that, we're going to do another save, just in case things go pear-shaped once the year comes around. There's a lot of things that happen at the start of the year, so I want to look at that. Okay, so that's doing good, that's doing well. I don't care what Chile wants. The US, we give them money for rare materials. No. They wanted to buy from me, I'd sell. Supplies, fuel, something like that. Well, in this playthrough, we're probably not going to get that far because this is still just a testing playthrough. But I wouldn't mind getting, say, Spain and Portugal into the Axis. Turkey, I think, is coded not to come into the Axis. I know Switzerland won't, but I've come to the opinion that you should invade Switzerland because that frees up a lot of Italian troops that they'll just stick on the border. It's a sort of a shame. You can invade it to conquer it or invade it to puppet. Maybe Iran, Afghanistan, Tibet, or something in some of my playthroughs later in the game. Into the Axis or into the war. Those are two different things for me. Sure, Plunk Doctrine has advanced. Okay, that's one of these down here. Okay, 38, so we'll stop that. Because we're still just doing direct fire command and control. Still just going to do 37. Okay, we'll continue those. And Japan's lost that agreement. Okay, well, we're going to come here and do combined arms. And get that going. Oh, Portugal's hard-coded now? Why would they do such a thing? I don't know about that. The plan to convert the sodas only came up in 42. Oh, how interesting, IKB. I did not know that. Well, I didn't know, I guess that. And hello, little dabs, I guess is how you pronounce that. Okay, acrylic cockpit bubble. Bubble. Learn how to speak. Air systems or something, I think. Oh, here. We can now do. But we're not going to do that now because it's way too early. Well, I don't know that I mean, they had a long-standing, traditional, ancient sort of, if you will, somewhat ancient um, alliance between Portugal and Britain, I would say. Salazar hated Hitler and the Nazis, that's for sure. And Salazar hated the Japanese, that's for sure. But hate doesn't, he actually writes an anti-Hitler book and publishes it. Hate doesn't mean you don't come into alliance with people. Hell, Hitler hated Stalin and they had an alliance for a while. I would see Portugal coming into the Axis if Spain comes into the Axis. I could see that. And I'm not saying it would have to happen or automatically happen. Yeah, but they also had conflicts after or between 1224. I know, what is it, Catherine of Braganza or whatever marries somebody. Yeah, not quite that, long standing, but definitely goes back to clearly in a sort of a modern sense, to the Napoleonic Wars and the British rebuilding the Portuguese military during the Peninsula War and such. But in a more modern actual sense. Cruiser fire control advanced. No, better get to the cruisers. Okay, well, I think we have better text to do. Cancel that. Not that we won't come back to that, but let's see what other 37. Yeah, like a 1,000-kilogram bomb. 1573, yeah. Yeah, I know there's a long... Yeah, but I'm talking in a more substantial than just some sort of out alliance between Scotland and France. Yeah, that sort of vaguely kind of exists. But I don't know that those treaties are still considered in effect to this day. I'm not arguing against the historical elements of that. I'm just going in a more relative, more concrete way. I don't see that as a major reason one way or another. I see it much more as Salazar himself being, because he was a nationalist. The Novo State or whatever, unlike in Brazil, which uses the same name, which is a bit more of a fascist party, he is more of a nationalist, I would say. Oh, yes, it is. It is enforced today. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that that still was valid. And sort of modern realism, I would say, is this is twice now Switzerland has stolen German blueprints. First time was before yes, you can have fuel. Before I started recording. IG Farben plant. The IG Farben plant of Ludwigshafen used large amounts of coal to produce various synthetic material, including oil. Should we build this facility? So if we build the plant, energy, metal supplies, draining our coal reserves somewhat, and we gain rares extraction, because they were also doing synthetic rubber, I believe, at this plant. I don't remember from all my research, but it was something like that. Okay, so yeah, we will do this. 1 crude oil Ludwigs. Now, can we find that? Do any people know Germany well enough to know where that is? East, west, north, south. Oh, that wouldn't be it. We're going to throw on another. Maybe not there. Here, though, we'll throw another oil. Hello, Rhineland. Okay, thank you. Hello, Ulrich. 1888, Rhineland. Oh, here? No? Haken. Down on the border. Okay. It should have an oil thing there. It's going to enhance it a little bit more. Saarbrücken, Bitburg, yeah. The one above. God, you're lagging. Okay. Ludwigshafen. Let's see if we can find this. Here we are. Okay. There we are. That's good. Right here. Okay, so that will give us that. I'm just going to enhance it with one oil rig. I'm not going to overinvest in it, but we'll increase our oil production a little bit there. Because trust me, I don't know that I'm going to get defeating the Soviet Union fast enough that might run out of oil. So this could become critical. Okay, the first of the year, economic boost, annual espionage focuses. Okay, here. The first year, because you didn't have enough time to do it to get to one, you wanted to do short term. Second year, you want to do long term, even though it's going to cost you 5% ICs. You want to do that because that will allow you to do one of these giant infrastructure projects, which we will see here. Yeah, it's one of these. We already have national highways. I get that as part of TRE. That's just, you know, the Autobahns. I figure Germany should already have it. They were still continuing to expand the Autobahn. I guess technically almost to the end, but yeah, largely up until the war starts. But so mining, railroad tycoon, and industry, you don't have a chance to get industrial farm or collective farms because that's only for the Soviets. So you only need 3 years of this long term, because, you know, for 37, 38, and 39, then you can go back to short terms. You can get mining, railroad, and agricultural industry. Probably mining would be the next best. Probably oil. Yeah, oil and energy, 10%. And then railroad tycoon, and probably finally agricultural industry. That is just a English on their way during the Crusades took the siege of Lisbon as they were en route by ship. Okay. Can you hear me shouting? I'm lagging. Not entirely hear you shouting, but a bit. So we want to do long term for these 3 years. Annual espionage focus right now still just that 1% IC production efficiency. Later on we can look at some of the other spying. I don't really find it all that useful though. Okay, so we got that. And now we can do annual national focus. And again, still I suggest, and I'm going to do Reich economics. Later on, once we get more into the war, we very well may be doing some of these other ones, which will help, either national manpower or, various build speeds and whatnot. Or maybe the other thing, of course, would and could be, though it doesn't affect oil, which is one of the more critical ones, obviously, that for Germany, and rare materials, that's also a possibility. But we're going to do Reich economics now, and we're going to do again long term, because manufacturing boost, yeah, if you're late in the war, 1945 or something, you just need that extra supplies, fine. But it's gone after a year. Where these we'll get 3 regular industries and 3 heavy industries. Don't worry about that lose. It would have to be a negative number for it to actually not happen there. So Berlin and Dusseldorf will get more heavy industries here. And so those will be good. Arno or anybody out, any of my mods, can they allow Exergen's comments? For some reason, Trafalgar is tagged. By any chance, is Arno or Ari still here? Please, so I don't have to tab. I'll tab out of this. It doesn't either like Trafalgar, the battle, or the place. Calling on any moderator still around. I guess you've abandoned me. It's fine if you abandon me. I just wish you'd say you have to go. I don't know why it doesn't like Trafalgar. Okay. What event was that? Camouflage design. Yeah, we're not going to continue pursuing that at this moment. Oh, well, maybe it's anti-Spanish. Maybe that's what they're worried about more than French. Because it's all right in America to beat up on the French. You just can't beat up on Spanish people. Oh, wow. All my moderators left. Okay. You can make me a mod. I will make you a mod some other time. Remind me. I would happy to have you as a mod, AKB. And if Exergen's going to be around a lot, I'll make him a moderator too if you want that job. And then you can auto-approve your own. Thanks. I know Exergen well enough to do that. He just hasn't been on a lot of live chats. And I really don't want to. I'll tab out of it. Well, I'll read it. Okay. This was against the Moors for one of the first kings of Portugal, and in return, in 1805, at the Battle of Trafalgar, which is what it's highlighted here as being, I guess, the offensive word, the Portuguese scouted the French and the Spanish joint fleet for that links 1373 to 1805. Okay, cool. You got it read. I don't know why it highlighted Trafalgar. I don't know. You have a moderator's sword. It says auto mod. Allow or deny for me in this chat if I were to scroll up and want to get out of this, but I don't want to. Because I also just don't want to have to restart after the first of the month right now in the first year. So I don't know. Maybe it's timed out, but you should be able to see that. I don't know what the hell. I have it, to keep out really bad words, but I may need to adjust some of that. I don't know. Okay. Sorry, Twitch is stupid, but only half as stupid as YouTube. Okay. Direct fire, combined arms. No, you're not causing trouble. It's just the BS of this stuff. National recruiting policy, yes. I prefer the balanced approach. Wonder why Trafalgar got. Maybe you didn't capitalize it? Maybe they're just upset with lack of capitalization. I don't know. because I know it's like Trafalgar or something like that, and it's a Arabic word if I'm not mistaken. Okay, steel armor casting capability has advanced. Nice. And we will stop that for now. We'll do all these late in 37. Air launch torpedoes, yes, we want to do that one. And Die Kraftfahrt Kampf Truppen. Basically, this is a magazine. I think it was put out monthly. And you can see some the inside shots that was talking about early motorization. Ah, it's holding to capitalize too. Allow or deny. Don't know if you can allow that now, Arno, but because it's auto mod held for reasons. It didn't for oh, it's the E. Because when IKB did it with the A, it liked it. Maybe it's a misspelling. I don't know how you spell Trafalgar. Maybe with an E it means something different. No, we're just going to conquer you and take your... Okay, well, we're getting enough now to start worrying about some of this. Okay, we need more rare materials. So we're going to come here. Yeah, now that's coming through. No, it's Trafalgar, and I think the A is right, but I don't remember the spelling of that 100%. Okay, they have a lot of extra, so we're gonna... So they were being spelling police, or somehow the that spelled that way is some sort of offensive word somewhere. I don't know. Don't know why you guys aren't seeing up for it, because it's the auto moderators held message for reasons identity. It says held message for reason identity. Is that like they think it's a version of the N-word? God, I don't know. That's weird. Transport ship engines have advanced. Nice. I don't know. Sometimes I don't understand this stuff. And I could turn off all auto moderation and whatnot, but I just haven't quite thought of going that far. Normally it isn't too bad. Too stupid. Well, if the PC police in Britain knew about you, Exergen, they probably would be after you. At least from what I'm hearing more and more out of Britain. Oh, yeah, okay. They're going nuts over there, in my opinion. But then again, they're allowed to, so whatever. And Army HQ is very nice. Okay, so that we can now... Let's do Battlefield Commander first. And we can have Speer design the Paris exhibition. Or not, but we're going to go there and show off German industry and German style and whatnot. Nothing obvious came up. Good. I think maybe they think it's something to deal with the N-word or something. I don't know. Dual purpose guns. Okay, so that is here. I said on escort, I believe. Do we want to do that? Heavy anti-aircraft guns, 35. Yeah, we'll do that. And we'll get a little better air attack. Okay. Let's see what we can do with trading with the US. They've got lots of money, need supplies. So if I can sell them some supplies. Yeah, that looks like a good amount. Okay, they accepted that. Good. And then we'll use that money to buy from there, and not from here, because we're going to conquer and take Belgium's stuff anyways. Yeah, we may take the Soviet Union's, but that's a longer, harder fight. Medium fuel tank. Guess we're leaving those in research of the naval bomber. We'll get to those. Political feud. Okay. I'm not terribly in favor of these sort of random events like that. That's sort of what I've tried to do to some degree with TRE, and that making them based on something historical. Because there were feuds, but let's, you know, a good book on the feuds, at least from one perspective, is Inside the Third Reich by Albert Speer, and I don't remember enough to remember all the alliances going on with all of that, but it is a thing. Okay, who else can we, let's look, who has money? Has money, not Soviet Union. Do you want supplies? You gotta, can we sell you supplies? Oh, very likely. Well, maybe we want to sell you fuel. Let's try fuel first. No. Oh, did it go? No. No. Okay. Supplies, then it is. No, not to the level of being. Oh, wrong way. Wrong way. Okay. We've got massive surplus, so yeah, let's go sort of big time. We're not a group of people like BS, whatever flavor it is. Yeah, the sort of random events. I don't know that I'm going to get rid of those, though. They are annoying to me, but they're not coming to what I would normally want to do to modifying the base game. Because my original policy was for Black Ice was to stay out of that unless it directly affected what I was trying to do. And again, as you remember, those that were here last week remember how much of a headache I was finding this, trying to keep this in any sort of positive number. Right now, it's there's difficulties, but it's not like can't do it or not couldn't do it, but it's not overmanaged detail. We'll just stop this. We'll try to get back all into at least the brown there, if not the green. I really like to think that what I'm researching or having the research is actually being researched and not more wishful thinking. So we're just stopping these until we get out of that. Okay, and this has been expanded for the Hearts of Iron 4 version. More events later on. Because they built the really nice Garmisch Parkinson whatever facility for the Olympics. They kept up annual winter sports competitions, obviously not the Olympics there, and we can see the flags of the participants there. They get fewer and fewer as the war goes on, but so it costs you a little bit of supplies and whatnot, and it's not nearly the tourist attraction that the Winter or the Summer Olympics, let alone the Summer Olympics, is, but it helps a little bit with diplomacy, keeping that sort of going. Yeah, air reset. I'm just sort of used to clearing it out. Habits. Well, at the end of this episode, I'm probably stopping whenever that happens. Soonish, but not right away. Okay, so I just canceled that, I know. Okay, 47. Okay, that gives us a little bit. Why did I cancel that? I don't know. That was stupid. But we are now, I guess, maxed out on cavalry exploitation. Well, we'll do that. And these streams have been longer than normal, partially because I just want to get through and test this. And I'm enjoying playing. Well, I'm enjoying playing. But as you can guess, I played 1936 many, many times. It gets old after a while. And so right now I'm sort of thinking that this is good enough. I still need to mod a little bit more. I'm not sure whether I need to wait a week and do more streaming next weekend before letting revolverheld really sort of dig in and add his stuff to it, to his mod and whatnot, and see about what's going to be released there. Okay. Well, yeah, I would presume a full play of the game will have Tanganyika in it. That would at least be the plan. Okay, we've sort of maxed out on more or less supplies at the moment. So what we're going to do here is still have a lot of supplies, but there. So this is putting us heavily into production of other things. Now, what are we looking? Okay, we have plenty of, even if we expand our economy, coal is will also be expanded. Nope. Let's lock that down for a while there. So now is just how much production we do. Yeah, I expect the full one to have every, and oh, also I am looking for a short at some point, a short multiplayer experiment. Okay, we have high, somewhere between 3 and 6 people, though this isn't the full game. It's mostly just people, and I want people who think they have a good internet connection. So Brett, if he's, I don't think he's still around, but if Brett is not really invited to this, because I don't want to test China, I want to test how well this plays with multiple people, and that's really what it's about. So you'll just know that it's not going to be a big game. We probably won't even get out of 36, let alone more than a few months into it. But I want some volunteers that want to try to test out once we sort of get the full package done, if you know what I mean by that. Let's do the prototypes here. Light bomber. and naval bomber. So I don't know if there's some of you want to try to volunteer. No, I've not tried as the same country. I did try. I did go through, and I'm going to have to sort of relearn some of the process to get this thing going. When I don't have a specific date or day of the week to do this, or time of day yet. We'll still reorganize the war ministry. As you can see, this is now 50-50 chance positive and negative. Before it was mostly likely going to be a negative. Once we get closer to the war and things get a little less, you might, well, if you keep pushing on this, you'll have less chance of having a negative opportunity come out. But I don't really care about not fighting a war well, because we're not fighting a war. Okay, I will see about that. Minimum up and down speed. Well, I do want a few people from other countries, most assuredly, but what you think you have a fast, good internet connection. I've tried briefly once, and then quite a while ago, somebody else tried to play it, and I think it was his internet connection, or maybe his computer speed. It was just like dead crawlingly slow. I mean, dead crawlingly slow. And if I pushed up the speed beyond like 1 chevron here, my game would have to stop because for his game to catch up. So I want somebody who thinks they have a reasonably good internet connection and a reasonably good computer. Like your new computer IKB coming, that would be more than good, but maybe your old one isn't. I don't know. But something like that. Okay, mining, hit the ICs, but that is sort of forever. But that's shifting a lot of emphasis towards resources versus production and supply throughput. But I think we're going to go with mining first, just so that we can get the oil coming. 10% oil, energy, and metal. 10% is nice because we have comfortable there for now. But we're going to continue expanding our economy. So we're going to take the IC hit here. And this is only really now popped up, these events. They should have maybe, is because we are now in we've done the long-term economy thing. So mining, make sure we hit the right one. Yes. And new project, this is a cool down thing that will happen. We'll do railway tycoon next, and finally it will be the agriculture. It's just priorities. Well, that's already sort of, yeah, that and other things push that up. That's almost up. That's definitely helped. And of course we're using less resources because our effective ICs are lower. Okay, we would give them money for crude oil. Okay, yeah, hold it. Okay, Hydroverk Pultas AG, part of IG Farben here, synthetic materials. So this is crude, and I know we're setting this, so I don't have to ask you. Crude and rares. Here in Seton. This is Seton here. So now we don't get any. Oh, we are going to be getting oil though. So it's just going to be minimal, but we'll just stick on one of those just to enhance it a little bit. There we are, up to the top. Okay, yeah, with this we'll do this. We'll get a little more crude oil coming in. Although we do want to get up to the multiple thousands. Yeah, well, we know your love of armored trains. Okay, Leuna, Werk, more. Okay, that's in Leipzig. So that there, Leipzig is what, here? No, that's Dresden. There's Leipzig. I was close. We will throw on another one. So you can see there are costs to these events, but these events now, of course, you can cheat and you know, artificially fire events if you get the event number and do that kind of stuff, obviously. But they're meant to be a one-time only event, so that way, no, we can do another whole one, almost. And so that there are costs to them, so we're not making Germany a superpower, at least I'm trying not to. Unit was GTA. German graphical or German gameplay augmentations. Yeah. Okay. Exploratory oil drilling. We can start some exploratory oil drilling. These are the the four companies that were involved. They were already producing some oil in Germany. They still are, and I think they could be doing more if they were to do fracking. I don't know if they have started fracking there. But it is not major. We can put 3,300 supplies in to do that, or we want to do more weapons. Here's the hint. They didn't find any more oil. They did more exploratory drilling, but didn't find any more oil. So since you watch some of my stuff, you know not to do that. Unless, of course, you just want to throw away some supplies. Nothing more happens. But yeah. They were not that, and that was specifically exploratory drilling, meaning, hey, there might be oil over there. Let's drill a hole. Let's get some oil drilling rigs and, you know, build some more. Let's go see if we can drill some holes around here, see if we find any more oil. They didn't. It's not expanding current oil fields. It was exploratory drilling to try to find new stuff. So that is different than expansion. Okay, and Dusseldorf, one crude here coming in, plus as rare materials. Again, rare materials in this is mainly synthetic rubber we're looking at, is what I'm simulating with this. No, it's over here, yes. And we'll throw on a second oil drilling rig, which really just, obviously here is just expanding the, with the cost, but expanding the refinery or liquefaction plant, or however you want to say all that. Okay. Good, positive. Okay, stormtrooper tactics have advanced. Okay, here 26, we'll let that continue. Infiltration tactics, I think that's in the same sort of area, isn't it? Yes, here at 1930, we'll let that continue. Bevo, Brand Fabrik, Revolverheld, whatever, they're one of the major patch makers for the Third Reich, and if you're going to have a authoritarian state with lots of uniforms, you need lots of badges. So you gain an industrial capacity for a little loss in metal and energy and supplies, and a brief until the 25th, 10 days, 6% hit. Yeah, we'll take that. And I sort of prefer, or greatly prefer, having these type of events come in as opposed to, which isn't bad or isn't wrong, and I don't know which adds more, but I've hopefully disabled and so far haven't been seeing the annual events from Black Ice that represent the 4-year plan as they do it. You know, they just sort of do it big annual events, and they're not wrong. It's just there's more attention to detail, and I don't know which is more historically accurate, as in balanced expansion of industry Okay, we'll do that. Whether us or whether mine or theirs. But it is a, you know, different approach, less immersion, shall we say. So I like mine better, more immersion. Now, I want to thank you all for watching on YouTube, on Twitch. If anybody there was on Mixer, thank you. And of course, watching later on YouTube, thanks so much. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. You can follow me over on Twitch. I am not sure if we're going forward with this, if I think we will need to do more testing or not, or what we'll be doing next week. As you can tell, we're sort of wrapping this up now. So yeah, I don't know if next week we'll be ready for a quote-unquote real playthrough, or whether we'll be back to Hearts of Iron 4 or some other game, strategy game generally, on Saturdays. Tomorrow we will be doing some, though I think a bit of a shorter, and maybe even starting earlier. I'll see. War Thunder Play Day. Arno and others want to join us. Happy to have you. It's definitely a participation. If there's enough of us, a big bunch of us, we'll play some custom games. If not, we'll just play a few of us regular stuff, hopefully. And Thursday, I think it's Thursday, I'll be streaming for Slytherin, Order of Battle, Red Steel, more of that. And of course, next weekend I was talking about. So yeah, I would appreciate you guys showing up. Any of those things, that would be cool. And so yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Let's end the recording. And yeah, we're going to end the live stream here. Paradox Forum gameplay. Yeah, okay. There's the link. Okay, great, Exurgent. Thanks so much for that. And yeah, so yeah, think about, I don't know when, what, at some point I do want to do a test multiplayer game, testing just how, because I've done it with another person successfully. He was in Romania, and we were able to play, you know, just a few minutes is all we did, and this was more than a year ago now. And there'll be Hamachi. You need another software installed. We can't just do it. At least we were unable to just do it through any normal thing. So there's a bit of software to install and make sure it's working right. And I need to sort of relearn how to get all that going to be able to show others. I want to test that just to see, and so it's not a big commitment, but just test to see if we can get it going. And if you have more than 2 players, how does it play? Does it slow it down? That kind of thing. And so I want to test that. Okay, everyone. So thanks so much. Thanks, Frogleggers. Thanks, Exurgent, IKB, Arno. Everybody else, anybody else is still here. Thank you. Thank you all. See you either tomorrow or next week or some other time.